Hello? Okay. I my microphone has been not fun. Not fun. It's been yeah. I don't know how long I was mute for because I swear when I was doing the testing for this, I try and test beforehand just in case there are issues. And it was working, but I must have touched it or something in the back end must have freaked out. I've posted before how my drivers are kind of messed up, so it doesn't. It is constantly, well, sometimes when I start up, it just constantly freaks out as to whether or not I have NVIDIA Broadcast on and installed. And I added a new audio device to my collection here, which isn't actually doing anything, but except for occasionally making it mess up more, apparently. Hello, Huggin Dan. And hello, Mighty Germ. Yes, it is. I woke up really, really late. Really late. I I have a vague recollection of waking up at the alarm at 9 and then thinking, like, it's not happening. I'm going back to sleep. I'm going back to sleep. And then waking up. I slept in until like 2. I slept until like 2 a.m. So I've been up for a couple hours now, and it's just sort of a case of, I still want to do something. I still want to do something. I should also do Scythe to, I guess, tonight at 9 p.m. I'll try and make it happen then. Yes, that's. I have multiple alarms, but I have multiple alarms. I'm very sleepy. I'm very sleepy. So, I am a night bloomer. I wake up. I wake up at night. So, I have alarms set earlier, but it's very much I'm a set 9 alarms type person, type elf, and kind of like 5 more minutes, 5 more minutes, and then it's 9 o'clock, and it's not happening. Sorry, someone else is here. They were cuddling with me earlier, and now they're just kind of. They look very, very happy on the heat of my computer right now. I'm just gonna. Give me a second. You're going to see me wither. Having a million alarms. Maybe. I've never been diagnosed. I've never been diagnosed. I don't really know. It wasn't exactly much of a thing, especially for girls when I was younger. So I guess test for it. Or I guess maybe the signs are a little different sometimes. Unless that's something else. I'm not certain. Wither? Maybe I might stay up a little later than normal. I might stay up till like noon or so. Or past noon, depending. There's some things I want to do, but I want to wait until daylight. I want to go out for a walk. And I also have to refill the bird feeder because a blue jay. Blue jays are assholes. A blue jay has gotten into it. At first I thought a squirrel or something got into it, but no. No, I later saw the asshole just staring at the bird feeder from a distance, looking between my cat and the bird feeder. My cat, it was indoors at the time, unable to get to it, but I could still tell he was eyeing it up. And then they just left a huge mess. They like demolished the food at the bird feeder, the seeds. They really like sunflower seeds. So I want to clean it and refill it. It should be cleaned. It's like bird feeders are like cafeterias. Cafeterias. But It's maybe more so like a soup kitchen, I guess. It's a soup kitchen for birds. It's generally not the first thing that they should be going to, but because it's winter-ish right now, it's okay because there's not as much good stuff otherwise necessarily. So, yeah, bird feeder. Go out shopping, go for a walk. But until then, until sunrise, which doesn't look like it's going to be happening for another hour, so maybe two. Probably actually more like 1 hour. I'm going to be starting up a new game. It's one that I've been meaning to start up since the anime came out. I watched the first few episodes. Let me see. And I played this when I was much, much younger. I very much enjoyed it. And I still actually have some of the first ringtones that I made for my phone way back in the day. Back in the day when you were supposed to pay for ringtones unless you broke your phone, which I absolutely didn't do at all, ever. I ended up putting on a few of the jingles from this game on my phone. Okay, let's see. I actually haven't started up because I've started up a few times, but mostly just to get the settings right for audio. Otherwise, it might be a little funny. Because it has an opening scene. Copy to sheet? Copy to sheet? Do you mean... Are you thinking like Animal Crossing style where you had to put in like beep boop boop for notes? No. This is back in the Razor days. Where you could upload WAV files, I believe. I still have a few. Give me a second. Let me take a look. I think I have some of the original files, so to speak. What were they? Yeah, I think they were dot waves. Because M4R is iTunes style, right? Yeah. What do I have? Meru Meru is Zetsubo Sensei. That was older. But I distinctly remember having the Calliope. Or rather, make phone music. just ripping MP3s from various sites. Go to a chat room, and they have an option to start playing a MIDI in the background to, I don't know, build the mood or whatever for the particular thing that they were trying to go for. Okay. I'm also going to be playing this with the arranged music because I haven't actually heard it, and I think it's going to be real cool. What? I don't need that. Oh! Sorry, I was planning on starting something else up. That's why you didn't do MP3s, it was waves. I already feel like this has better animation than the actual anime that came out. It up a little bit. It's very quiet. Maybe I made a mistake there. Man. Did anyone else actually watch the anime series that came out recently? I only watched a few episodes. Ran out of time. Unless that is using clips straight from the anime. Or rather, Does this count as a JRPG? The dreaded JRPG? That's the towns, isn't it? Oh, hello, Kaiser. This is the only Mana game I've ever played. I played it when it was out. Oh wow! Sorry, the there's a word for that. What just happened? Like the interlacing, sort of. Ugh. Okay. I have a controller. Let me use the controller. Am I? Okay, it just took a second. But yeah, so hopefully the audio is fine. Now that I've raised up the sounds. But there's nothing to load. No save data. I think I actually still... I may still have the memory card, the PlayStation memory card for this. But yeah, Japanese RPG. It's... I don't really know where the divide is for JRPGs. I know a few of the things that I have interest in are old JRPGs. For instance, I do have a copy of... I forgot the name of it. I remember I was on the hunt of it for so long. It isn't a JRPG? It's good to hear, I guess. What was the name of the one I'm thinking of? It had... Hold on. Give me a second. I'm going to run over really quickly to take a look at my collection to see what the name of it was. I feel really bad that I don't remember the name of it. Let me see. Yeah, okay. I don't know why it keeps... I hit the mute button on the actual microphone, and that shouldn't have done anything to the rest of it unless it moved me. I really hate having a USB mic, but hopefully one day I will upgrade. I am expecting the arrival of a new mic on Monday now. UPS gave me shipping, but it is not an everyday microphone. It's not an everyday microphone. So, kind of I can't, I don't think I can replace it as my everyday microphone. But I was describing the game that I was looking for in my collection that I bought a PS1 copy of, because that's what it originally came out on, PS1, the JRPG. And I was describing it. I'm kind of glad now that you guys can't hear what I was describing, because... Was it some Valkyrie profile, right? No. No, it wasn't Valkyrie profile, but it had a similar type of look to the cover. It usually doesn't have that problem though. Today just seems to be extra sensitive. I have a lot of computer issues for a computer that's so... It's not... It's the things that I've done to it, and not necessarily the pieces. Vagrant Story is what I'm thinking of. Vagrant Story. Let me just double check. Because the way I describe it, it's kind of a... okay, so... Okay, so it's a man and a woman. I kind of misremembered that a little bit, because I was thinking of two characters. I was thinking of, I guess, the main villain and the main hero, because they have... They've got strange designs. Let me grab them up. Grab this up really quickly. It's... I'm awake. And this isn't a planned stream. This is not supposed to make up for missing 9 p.m. site. This is just me playing a game that I want to play. Where did I put it? This is actually action figure versions of them, so it's not like 100% what it should be. Bleh. But it gets the idea across of what I remembered from the game when I was trying to describe the cover. And because of how like washed out the design is for the cover, it's kind of hard to tell that the boy there is wearing like a half shirt, I guess. Kind of. But that's something I have on PS1. I would like to eventually play, but it is a dreaded JRPG. So. Yes, I am very, very late today. I woke up at 2, I think, ish. I woke up at 2 a.m. I woke up at 2 a.m. But it's still like normal time. It's still normal time for a night. It's not. Look, no, not morning. Maybe I should just switch entirely to late from Rose. I'm always late. I'm always late. 9 p.m., 9:30. 5 p.m., 5:30. I wanted to start this stream earlier, but I had to restart a couple times because of my audio driver issues. And even now, it's still not fully done. Oh. Big yawn. Sorry, someone just had a big yawn. One of my cats is here, and he just had the cutest big yawn. Back in Middle Ages, they didn't have shirt technology yet. Yeah, if I cycle completely around. I don't know if you guys could hear that. He just did like the stupidest yawn. And he's currently like resting his head on my microphone jack, so hopefully I don't lose sound from him like messing up too much. But yeah, I don't want to say I don't really rotate too much anymore. I used to do the rotation a bit, but it's mostly settled down. Oh, I kind of forgot about this. That I get to kind of choose my starting weapon. I never had a guide for this except for perhaps what was available online at the time, maybe. I think I used to go with a spear. I think I'm gonna go with spear. I don't know if there's like a technically best thing to go for it, but generally I like going for... I like halberds. I like pikes. What? Chooses an Emerald. Well, we're not gonna actually do anything. Sakuya. Oh, Jesus. Luca. Amanda. Artemis? Okay, let's not. Let's not. I can't fit in my entire name, but I can fit part of it in. I'm also using a controller. I am using a controller for this. Oh! What are you... What are you doing? I have not been sleeping particularly well either recently. I'm hitting X. Oh, you know what? This might be a case of... Oh wait, hold on. I do O S E. This might be a case of the controller not exactly lining up with what I have. Yeah, I think that's the problem. I have a Switch controller here, and I don't think that really works with the commands that we're seeing here. All range weapons suck. I know that there's an optimal position for this. I have no idea what the fuck it is though. But this was always a neat concept. Oh, give me a second. Someone has decided they don't want to be here anymore. Okay, great. So I muted with the physical button on the mic and it was fine. I don't really want to do like an optimized playthrough necessarily. And I do know that the build of our choice of location is going to matter for, what's the phrase? How we rebuild our world, so to speak. How we build our paths. I have to wonder really quick, can I like... There's no problem with it being like almost entirely land. Or did they design this map so that it's always got like an optimal amount of water? Aside from like, what is the square? This is the area that we're choosing for our world. So what's going to happen later on, we're going to get these objects that allow us to place towns, cities, locations. And depending on how you place them, you get different benefits, I believe. Slightly. And some of them can only be placed next to certain other things, too. It might be a case of, like, some can only be placed in water and some can't be placed in water, that sort of thing. So, like, for optimization purposes, your placement here is important. But I don't super remember a huge amount about the entire thing, so it's just kind of a case of, let's just have fun with it. Let's have fun with it. I have to wonder why this is not okay, but this is. I guess there is like a certain minimum of water. But in that case, they could have probably fixed it by putting water in the right corner. We're gonna go with... I think this. This is probably good. We'll try. It's like the center. This is boring. We'll try it. It doesn't count for a whole lot. Yeah. Select. Place the mailbox on the map. Select a location with L and press B to place an artifact. You can only put them on glowing areas. So, this is one of the objects I was talking about that you place on the map in order to build a location. This is going to be our home, I believe. And this is also impactful because I think we always have to build out from existing places. We can't like drop the mailbox here and then drop the next object like all the way over here, because then we have no way of getting there. We have no way of getting there. So it's more so like, how far out? How far out? Do I want to make it like, I think I'm gonna put it here. So it's 2 spots away from water. And you saw that there was salamander up there. That's either that's like the day it is, or yeah, it's not entirely the sort of game. Here's the second opening. This is the one with the. I wonder if it's gonna be the Japanese music or the other language that I don't know. It sounds like a Northern European language just to me. Sorry. Maybe something I would like to try and sing someday. But singing in Japanese is hard enough. I don't know about like another language like that. Those are the artifacts. This is actually quite a kind game. I feel like you don't have to optimize to play this. I don't remember if I finished all 3, well, 4, I guess, paths in this game. But I don't think that there's anything that locks you out from it. It's really not that bad. I feel that way about like horror games. Sometimes it's kind of fun to watch them on other people play them. But if I was playing them by myself, especially if I'm playing them alone, there's no way. There's no way. And I suppose same with other more technical games. This is much kinder. And I feel like these are the things that we've seen so far are more like subsystems, I guess? I don't know if that's the right word. 9 centuries ago, the mana tree burned to ashes. The power of mana lived on inside of mana stones, enchanted instruments, and artifacts. Sages fought amongst themselves to gain control of these last remnants of mana. Then, after hundreds of years of war, as the power of mana began to wane, those who sought it grew scarce, and peace returned to the world. It's possible. It's possible. I did bump up the audio because it seemed quieter earlier. Henceforth, mankind grew afraid to desire. Their hearts filled with empty emotions and grew estranged from my hands. They turned their gaze away from my infinite power and troubled themselves with petty disputes. Remember me. Need me. I can provide you with everything. I am love. Find me and walk beside me. Thank you, Katie Ashrafi, for the follow. The number of times I've started up my computer and go to Twitch or something and start playing music, and it's kind of, why can't I hear anything? Is there something wrong with my system? And I haven't started a voice meter. Or just like accidentally layering sounds up. When you want to save your progress or configure your settings, press. Okay, I don't have that button on my controller. I don't have that button on my controller. Okay. Oh god. So the character itself, not updated, I suppose. Exactly. Oh, although they did have the real. I wish I had the art book when I was growing up for this, because the illustrations here are really nice and evocative. The designs are really cool in here. I don't know how to start. Not it's a Switch controller, so I don't know how it works. Let's talk. Okay, don't want to talk. So I guess this is it. Just double checking. It is like higher quality, and the layering that they've done for this is really neat. It's kind of this is something I can interact with. I only have, I think, 1 or 2 art books myself. One of them is a Final Fantasy IX one. I really like the design of the, I don't know what Freya's race was. Is it Freya or Freyja? That didn't have voice acting, right? It didn't start adding voice acting until 10. I never got to play 10 because 10 was on PlayStation 2. So, yeah, this doesn't this doesn't have any sort. Oh wait, no, go back. Oh, I realize there's a chest I can interact with here. 100 Lucra. So I'm not used to... I'm not really used to voice acting in my RPGs as much. Lucrative. Oh right, and there's also like pets they can get. A Sproutling. The world can be shaped by your imagination. Did you know that? I knew that. Here you go. We get the artifact color blocks. That's the town of Delmina. Alright, can we actually access the mailbox? No. I didn't want to. I actually did find my copy, my PS1 copy of this game while I was looking for not Valkyrie Profile, the other Vagrant Story. I was looking for Vagrant Story. I found my PS1 copy of this. And honestly, I can't super remember how it entirely looked. Just that I was very happy with it at the time. So we have our first artifact, or second artifact, I suppose, if you count the mailbox. And this is also the arranged version of the music. It sounds so different. Just checking out, like, where can you walk, where can we not? So is there a path down here? No. So where are we going? Home. Does this leave, or does this bring us? Oh, it brings us to the orchard. Right, we can go grow fruit here. I do actually have a few others, but I don't have as much to them. For instance, I have the Okami one as well. I believe this is where we keep our little pets. Except we don't have any. Yeah, our monster barn. So what's over here? Is it just... Oh! Circular. So... No. Let us go. Exit to world map, yes. Open the artifact selector. Open the artifact selector with Y and choose an artifact. Okay. Yeah, my Y does not do that. My Y does not do that. So we have a wheel of all the ones that we haven't placed yet, I suppose. So there's a system in here. I guess it's every day is associated with a different god, and each god has an associated element to it. So Salamander is fire, of course. Aura is the yellow one that's next. I don't know any of the rest. Oh, one of them is probably Undyne. But I'm not certain. I don't remember how this all goes together. Xbox buttons? It's entirely possible. It's entirely possible? I probably should go into the settings after this and figure it out, and how to adjust it. But Domina. Domina is actually the name that, if you have the option to name a town or area in a game, I pick Domina because of this. Because of this game. So you'll see that, well, you would have seen, if I'm able to place it over home, it changes the stats to it. But everything else seems to be the same. But it's more of a case of, So you get the full list. I don't know what's going on. So I suppose it's got like an inbound set. Come on. Let me pick it up. Since it seems like the actual values don't matter a huge amount, I'm going to put it over here by the water because I vaguely recall one of the lines having like a water thing early. So we're unlocking Domina. Domina. Also, yeah, okay, from here, wait. Ah! Here we go, here's the informational. Maybe I should have done this before I put my first one down, but it's okay. Mana is the source of all things. It is made up of 8 elements. Light, darkness, wood, gold, fire, earth, water, and air. Mana is found everywhere, but the types and amounts of mana are different from place to place. Mana levels. When you select a land, its mana levels are displayed in the bottom left corner of the world map. Each element has 4 possible levels. Press X to display the mana levels for every land on the map, and use left and right to scroll through the different elements. Elemental spirits. Okay, so now we have the explanations. So, Baby Yoda. I don't know which one you think is baby. Do you mean Jin, I guess? He's wind? So we have Wisp, Shade, Dryad, Aura, Salamander, Gnome, Jin, Undyne. So these are that. The controls. So it's a little bit, I'm thinking like rock, paper, scissors here, which just makes me think of FGO because that was the only time I really cared about that sort of thing. Mostly because just like, Foreigner? Foreigner good. Foreigner good. Foreigner and Berserker team. Elemental effects. When a new land is placed on the map, its mana affects the elemental levels in adjacent lands. When a land's mana level shifts, it may cause changes to the land itself. Enemy strength. Okay, I don't remember that section. It shouldn't matter. It shouldn't... Oh, you know what? This is probably also to help with the whole concept of... So I mentioned that there are multiple storylines here. You can do them in any order you choose. You can skip around, I believe. So it's kind of the case of, with that, how do you work monster power levels into it to keep it challenging? And I suppose this is how they do it. They have it linked to this. Artifacts can only be placed next to existing lands, but if your adventures in a certain land are insufficient, you might not be able to place an artifact next to that land. Some artifacts can only be placed on or near a body of water. Yep, okay. So we're gonna go to Domina. And yeah, I think it's an 8-day a week because now it's Nome. I think there might be events that are tied to, like, it only happens on this day in this location. I could be wrong though. It has been decades? It's been decades maybe. If you've seen the anime, this may be familiar. Oh, I'm sorry. I was skipping the text. Hey, at least give me your name. And that was a little Sproutling there. Elazul. Have you? Jeez. Oh wait, no. It was Onion. It was Onion Knight. I think it's the same as Onion Knight. I'm not 100% certain. But have you not played the other ones, or because most of the gameplay is not quite like this. Jeez, he's a piece of work. Ah, come on. I'm Dwell, the Onion Warrior. I'm off to see my friend Tipo in the shopkeeper's house. Meet me there if you want to talk. I just realized I get to meet one of my favorite characters in here, in this town. Come on, Sproutling. Talk to me, damn it. I'm a Sproutling. So the question, I suppose, is also, do we go after Elazul? We go after... Oh! Out of the way, please. The streets belong to us all, you know. What? I'm on my way to the market. Meet me there if you want to talk business. So yeah, we can pick up multiple quests at one time. Pub, Amanda and what? I missed it. Also, while I'm here, really quickly. Settings. It's kind of a, maybe... We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Okay. Elazul's a little shit. Silence! Do not interrupt! You, speak up. Don't make me angry. Such a little shit. What are you hiding? Leave us alone. We're gonna stick up for her. This is none of your business. Could you just go away? Just have built-in Windows gamepad driver so it wouldn't recognize yours? I don't know! Like, vaguely have some concept of what you're talking about, but it's just kind of a... When I popped this open earlier today, this morning, it was kind of a case of, hey, does the controller work? Sweet, I can use the controller instead of the mouse pad. And, well, I can't use the mouse in here anyway. Like, even if I bring it over, it doesn't work. I'd have to use WASD and such. So just kind of a, controller. I've been using the controller. I'm more familiar with it now. Just putting in like 50 hours in PS2. I got the shard actually for Demon 44 on my second try. Well, third try. I died on my second try. I died on my second try. I didn't kite appropriately. I really fucking hate Kunekune. I hate it so much. I should have recorded the first time because I was not expecting it. It was a jump scare. Steam Big Picture? I don't know what that is either. I don't know what that is either. You're friends, you say? I don't believe you. Don't you have any idea? Are you sure you don't know where she is? Damn it! I've wasted my time. Thank you. I guess there's something else to do here, except we pissed off the Halazul, but it's okay. He deserves it. Ah, okay. Okay. I just have to get used to what the controls are in this game. The stuff floating in the breeze. The laundry. Mark's house. Tipo. I do like Teamy. Are you an adventurer? You should at least get some bronze gloves at the shop then. And don't forget to equip them. Hit X when you want to rearrange your gear. It's not X, bro. So it's Y. It's Y for me. Actually, this is probably one of those things that will only really make sense in... Where is it? Only makes sense in, like, Steam settings. What is it? Controller. So... It is using... Steam use default settings, Nintendo Switch controller. So yeah, I'll just live. That's right, I haven't bought anything on Epic except for like freebie games, so I do have Death Stranding, which is something that I'm kind of interested in, but at the same time it's kind of a... is it gonna be too freaky for me? Is it gonna be too freaky? I'm not certain. Okay. I guess I don't have a weapon yet? Like, legit? Yeah, I don't have a weapon. Rachel's room. Okay. One thing I just noticed, they don't have the names on the characters here. Oh, shopkeeper. What are we going to buy? I can't afford anything. I can't afford anything. Okay, I'm not gonna talk to me. It's not horror, but, like, is it... It may not be horror, but is it... Look, people said that Little Nightmares wasn't horror either, exactly. You know? Like, it's spooky, but it's not scary, and it's kind of a, excuse me, you don't know what level of when spooky becomes scary. I had a few people tell me that. Welcome to Mona's Blessing. I'm Miss Yuka, the owner of this inn. That's right, and this game does support two-player mode, which I have actually gotten a chance to play in the past. A long, long time ago. That's my little Pee-wee. He's quite fragile, so please leave him be. What? I didn't want to leave. Is there anything up here? It's just a door. Oh! Just gonna take some money. Money? Bird meat. Bird meat. I'm not gonna question her ethics. We're not gonna question that. I'm selling the minerals I've mined around here. What does he sell? Okay, a bunch of stuff we can't afford. So is this like a water closet area? Yeah, it is. It is really kind of neat that they do have spaces for water closets. So all he's doing is he's blocking the door. Yep, water closet. That's it. I wonder if I've accidentally pissed him off too much. I'm trying to remember where the trio, or is it 4 of them? Yeah, I mean, isn't it kind of rare for them to... Yes! Talk to me. My name's Capella. I'm a wandering juggler. Hey, watch this. Very talented, Capella. Very talented. Oh, so I guess it's only 2. It just felt like there was more. Here comes the cutest mailbag carrier. Watch out, boys. Bang! Let me through. Okay, so let's go down here. I'm not allowed into the house? Am I allowed in this house? I can deliver heartfelt wishy wishes. Love. Affection. No? Not allowed? Not allowed past there either. Town limits. I feel like this is the kind of place where I should meet someone. I haven't yet. And we can't go any further. What? See, it's a traverse all the way back. Now I have to wonder... I think the next thing that we're going to end up doing is meeting some other people, but it's been so long. Okay. My name's Niccolo. I'm a traveling merchant. But I have a problem. The highway is crawling with bandits. It's too dangerous to leave town. Don't you think so? Yes. Prudent people like us should stay inside where it's safe. Everyone with a soul disappears eventually. But Sproutlings don't have souls, so we always stay. The poet Pokiel said so. Ah. Dang. Think about that. That's depressing. Ah! There he is. Elazul. Hey. Over here. Take me with you. Why should I? To advance the plot. I won't leave you alone until we bring her back. So such a... He needs to... He is poster boy for not properly explaining things. Yeah, this game gets a little bit... it's cute rapping. It's, I guess, like, in the grand scheme of things, not entirely strange with some of the things going on there. But not all stories have happy endings, you know? I think they give you hints of that early on. That's a promise.
So now he's part of my party. St. Mana Church. Oh, detective! Hey, you. The one in the sandy cape. You're the one everyone thinks is a stalker, aren't you? I've never actually played Earthbound. I feel bad that my first interaction with any of the characters from that was, I think, the first Smash Brothers. I do know, I think, one of the songs. Actually, is it? Let me check real quick. I don't actually know if it's a song. Let me see. Yeah, it is. Okay, I know the Pollyanna song. Pollyanna, I Believe in You. But I only really know that because of a remix that I heard that was really good. So those are my 2 interaction points with Earthbound. Well, what do you have to say for yourself? So looking for guys with bad reputations is your job, is it? Well, not really, but... my job is to keep the town peaceful. Isn't that obvious? Not really. Very well. You're free to go. Don't do it again. I'm not gonna be very consistent with these voices, I feel like. There's so many characters. Ah. Look at this. Look at, like, what is up with his mouth? Again, the character designs are really interesting. Just, they're... it's like no one is the same species, pretty much. Except for Sproutlings, I suppose. The goddess proclaims. And the mana energy. Ah, so that is the answer. I see, I see. Oh, please excuse me. I didn't see you there. I'm Reverend Novelle. Helping those in need is the path to salvation. What would you like to know? It's entirely possible, but... about this town? This is Domina, a small town, but we want for nothing. I don't think his eyes are sewn closed. I think he just has closed eyes. If that's a common trope for a priest, isn't it? Closed eyes? The sewn mouth thing is something else. It could also be that he simply has really bad teeth, maybe? I think, I feel like when I play some games, I'm better at it than others. But this one I think is going to be really bad because there's a huge slew of NPCs. A huge slew of NPCs. The Mana Goddess is enshrined here, as are those who fought for her. There are other belief systems, but only the Mana Goddess will lead us to the truth. Other beliefs? There is a temple at Gato Grottos where many nuns study. The mana is strong there. There's also a cult called the Diggers, but their dogma comprises only lies. You must ignore them. Battles? We exist with the goddess's blessings. Your questions are? About imagination? The Sproutlings already told us about that. About artifacts. How do they explain that? It is said that objects can contain within them thoughts and concepts. They may bring new beginnings or connect us together. Cherish all that belongs to you. Yeah, this game... I actually have a PlayStation game, the PlayStation 1 game version of this, the CD. I don't actually have a PlayStation anymore, so I can't do a proper check to see personally like how good the comparison is, because I don't remember this mismatch in terms of backgrounds and character, but that could just be, that could be a lot of things. I don't remember the Diggers, honestly. I don't remember the Diggers. Hello, Bington. How are you? When you harness the mana energy flowing in the air, it becomes magic. Instruments enchanted with elemental essences are used for that very purpose. But salvation is found in belief, not in the manipulation of mana energy. I don't think I have any other questions. May her blessings be with you. Okay, nothing else. But yeah, so if I go to here, we can see that we have an NPC! We have Elazul. We have Elazul. For a second, it's kind of a wait. He has money on him? And he's level 2. But I'm wondering if that's just our own money. What are you gonna tell us? Are you gonna tell us anything interesting? You again? This is obstruction of justice. You don't scare me. I do. Wait, actually, hold on. Kind of like, is there another path over here that we can take? No! It ends. I think you do have to talk to people multiple times to. Actually, can we go this? We can! We can! My name's Niccolo. Yep. No, we're gonna say no this time. How brave of you! Highwaymen are bad for business after all. We should go teach those bandits a lesson. Once we're done, I'll make you rich! And this is the start of our second quest, so to speak. Say goodbye to your buddy, we won't get along. Yes, actually, we're going to do as you will. You're quite the mercenary. I like people who know the value of money. So, we have our first proper quest, I think. I don't know if Elazul counted. I just need to stop by and see Tipo. I want you to come too. Okay, we already met Tipo, and Tipo was... Hey. Over here. Take me with you. Refuse. Damn it. So I suppose every time I pop up in that spot, he's going to be around. Okay, this is the item shop. Okay, this is Tipo. At least with the naming that they gave them, you can't really miss characters like this. We're gonna go see Tipo. Ah, you didn't tell me which one it is, but obviously the one that looks like a tea kettle. Or rather, teapot? Tea kettle, teapot. Not the same thing. It looks more like a teapot. I thought getting Rachel a job would help cheer her up. Oh, sorry, this is different voice. I thought that was the Onion Warrior, real quick. I thought getting Rachel a job would help cheer her up. But now I hardly get to see her anymore. Oh yeah. Let me give you this book. It's about weapons, armor, and instruments. You can keep it in your study. And feel free to check out our shop. You received the equipment encyclopedia. Oh, he's your dad. I think he's your dad. Oh, I didn't even realize he was sitting in the chair. I feel a little bad now. I completely ignored him. Like, was he not in the chair earlier? Did I miss him? Why, if it ain't Niccolo. Hello, Gal. How have you been? Got anything good on ya? I do as it happens, but it's just too good to let go. Oi, Niccolo, did you come here to wind me up? It's just junk anyway. God, this just reminds me very briefly of like, you're DMing a game, and all of a sudden you have to have an argument amongst yourself as like 3 different NPCs. Try your best to avoid that situation. Do not. It's not worth it. Quiet Onion. I guess for video games it's very different. Especially nowadays with voice acting. Cutscene time. This is it. It's a wheel I picked up on the highway. Looks like a regular old wheel to me. British people crying in my bad accent. You know, you're right. This is just an old wheel. Nothing special. Goodbye. Hang on, Gov. Even I can tell that ain't no regular wheel. I'll take it. How much do you want for it? 50,000 lucre. Niccolo, you're trying to take advantage of me collectionist eye. Don't nothing costs that much, blimey. Bring me the 50,000 and you can have it. Until then, I'll let Premiers use it. You get the artifact wheel. Niccolo, you're the bleeding worst. I'll get the money, just let me have it. I'll be back. Bloody heartless you are. I was slipping into my mother there for a second. Actually, no, more like an aunt. Do I have any... I'm pretty certain I have, like, still only X amount of money. X amount of money is not enough for what I need. I can't talk to the rabbit. But yeah, I'm pretty certain that I have, like, no equipment. How am I supposed to go doing this if I don't have any weapons? Legit, nothing. Unless... I don't think... Hold on, do I have anything I can sell? I have nothing. I have no instruments. I have bird meat. I got hands. That is fair. I do have hands. What was I told to buy? I think I was told to buy gloves, I think you said gloves? Can I sell the bird? Oh, no, I want to... Good morning, Patmos. Bronze gauntlets. Oh, okay, so I got gloves, not gauntlets. We're going to... If I had just done this earlier, how much should it cost? Okay, so... The gloves were 80. I can only sell them back for 60. We're poor. But we have gloves? And I hope we can do both of them, otherwise we're kind of screwed. Let's try. Can we do both? Can we equip? Oh, I start with a spear! Okay. I'm glad. Let's equip something. Yeah, I want to equip the gloves. And I have nothing else, so I wasted money. That's okay. That's okay. Now, I believe we can leave town. And this is kind of the case where, yeah, the regular gloves are weapons, so it was more of a case of, I thought I didn't start with a weapon, so I had to go out and buy one, and like, hey, sure, you picked a weapon to start with, but we are not giving it to you. You have to buy it yourself. So just real quick, so you can see here, it's day is undying, and I guess the stats are actually not that different from the various places here that we can drop it at least not yet. But I think it will matter more later. It's more of a case of, do I want to place anything here? Do I want to place it away? Also, I didn't realize that, oh, okay, we're not that far away from the... We're closer to the bottom of the map than the top. We're right on the edge here. Like, there's no further. Yeah, we're in the corner. That's my bad. That's my bad. Place it here. That's fine. This is fine. This is the highway. Flashbacks. Brief flashbacks. It's the old anime. And the day changed to Dryad. And this is probably where we're going to learn how to fight. This is like introductory fight. Also, like, what is this? sorry. What is that? Seems like something we can interact with, but we can't yet. Do we get Onion Knight with us? Onion Warrior, my bad. Off-brand Onion Knight. I recognize you. You're that stranger I met in Domina. Your name's, Chumpy, right? Nope. Nope, we're not gonna fall for that. Now the music. Yeah, the music's really irregular here, I feel like. So I'm gonna lower it a bit. This is probably better. Okay, well, it's not like it matters. But I'll still tell you a few useful nuggets to help you in battle. What do you want to know? I guess this is kind of neat. The fact that if you already know how to do all this, if you start a new game, you can just skip it. Easy. No problem. Or you could be like the streamer here and completely skip everything. Skip everything. Tapping the buttons? What's so special? You can press A to perform a quick attack. That's not going to be the same. Hitting it several times in a row will perform a combo. Yeah. It might also be a case of the difference between the arranged music and the original music. Not certain. They really went all out with the rearranged. The number of attacks a combo can contain depends on the weapon you're using. But if you do too many attacks, you'll freeze for a while. Press X to unleash a power attack! You can't do a combo with these alone. You also won't be able to move for a little while afterwards. You can change your button's configuration at any time. Do you think you're a good fighter? No. I'll just try doing a bunch of quick attacks with a weapon you have now. If you don't know which button to use, check the status screen. Normally it's A. We'll try this out real quick. Well then. It's kind of a... I don't have any skills yet, do I? Again, like... I don't have... Am I supposed to do it against him? Okay, X is actually jump. I'm like a little dragoon. Oh god, this feels so awful. I don't remember being quite so awful when I was younger. We got bug meat, huh? God, this is like... Mana, I guess? Not Mana, not Maple Story either. There's a word for this. The pile of bones! Not Maple Story. There's another cute game. There was a MMO that was kind of looked like this and had like cute little rabbit monsters and slimes. Golden Axe? No. I don't think it was Gaia Online either. Oh, I guess I missed something. Like, I guess if you don't pick it up fast enough, it goes away? I don't know if it was Gaia Online. Maybe. Thank you, Coding Vibes, for the follow. I remember I played healer class. I think it was like a priestess or something. I could be wrong. Hello. I'm Dana, and I come from Gato. Did you come to see one of the wisdoms too? Ow! What cute ears? We were meant to be together. Excuse me, I wasn't talking to you. Your Twitch API? Twitch API? That's a rather unusual choice, but you're welcome. Tailsweeper? I think it was Ragnarok actually. It must have been Ragnarok. I feel like. Hello, Vic. How are you? Did we come to see the wisdom? Where's Gato? What's a wisdom? The ones who are supposed to be near here is called Gaia the Earth. But I feel as though I shouldn't ask him the truth. I don't understand. Is there something you'd like to ask me? Where's Gato? Gato is a town carved into the cliffside. There is an ancient temple there, which is very famous. I think that we've met. Oh! Thank you for the sub, Big Tongue Daddy Tom. I didn't question whether you were a real person. You get ear of wheats. I don't think that there's a cooking minigame in here. I think. Is there something you'd like to ask of me? We did come to see the wisdom. You're braver than me. I'm too afraid to see him. I fear that if I hear the truth, it'll only make me suffer more. Thank you for the water. I'm going to sip. Oh, the sun's come up. The sun's come up. Has it really been that long? I guess it has been. Your own recommendation API? I wonder how that... I mean, like, I'm not really that much of a technical person. Is it... I don't know what an SRPG is. I don't know what a strategy RPG? I don't know if it would count, really. It's very... It definitely puts RPG in. Ah! It's definitely an RPG. It's got multiple storylines to play, and I'm trying to remember, like, which buttons to which. It's like there's not that many buttons. And here I am messing it up anyway. Just stab, stab, stab. Stab everything. So there are multiple storylines they can go through in a different order, multiple quests. And I think once you complete... I don't remember if it's all 3 of them or you just have to complete one of them, you unlock another storyline. Okay. Just like, it's B for attack in my case. Let's just let the NPC take care of some of it. We mastered Javelin attack. I don't know a whole lot, except for coding stuff. I know my way around like a few things, but if I said what they were, it would be like, oh, that. Don't fight in chat. Don't fight. There's no reason. Do I really have to give them anything here? Sorry. These guys are crazy for money. I can't stand them. Master, come and thrash this punk. Oh no. Give me a second. If you two don't cool, I'm gonna time both of you out. Let's see. Okay. There we go. Oh, that's funky. This sucks. Why is it so strange? Oh, that's so... Oh, I hate that so much. There we go. Trying to reorganize things a little bit. It's a little funny sometimes. It's a little funny sometimes. Oh, I could do this! Wait, why did it do that on the bottom? This is the only Mana game I played ever. Oh, did I? Ah, okay. This could be so awkward with like trying to get the... So, how do I... Nope. Okay. I hate this so much, actually, in hindsight. I hate this so much. Did the rabbit just kind of, like, shock him? I think the rabbit kind of did. This is my first time playing, I don't want to say it's not a JRPG, but whatever you would call Legend of Honor in a while. Normally I play board games at least once a week. And I just finished Bloodstained on Wednesday. And all the other games I played have been very grab bag, honestly. Wonderful. I knew you could do it. That's not the right voice for Niccolo, right? Wonderful, I knew you could do it. Thank you. You really are something else. I'll make you rich. Just a moment. An iron pot, a green ball bun, a taco bug. I normally charge 3,000 lucre for these, but you can have them for 300. What? You don't even have 300 lucre? Seriously? Turn out your pockets. You don't have enough. That's alright. This is a special one-time only offer. Get green ball bun, taco bug, iron pot. Oh, and take these too. And we get the artifact flame. And medallion! What are you frowning at? Smile! Let the world know you're happy. God, I fucking hate that. Telling others to smile. After all, I am a merchant. I want to make my customers happy. Okay, I guess that kind of makes sense now. It's just, normally it's kind of, yeah, I'm your monkey. I enjoy life, and you should too. Well, adios. Since I got a pot. Maybe, but at the same time, it might actually literally be armor or something I'm afraid of. Smile. That's the end of that quest. Yeah. I have been told to smile before by some people. One of them was at a goth concert. What were you really expecting? Like, really? Yeah, it might be a helmet. We're gonna go back here. Oh, actually, we got new stuff, and now it's a question of, like, the proper controls for it. Oh, okay, so when they were doing the highlight thing, that's because it's a... I guess it has to do with the day of the week, too? Yeah, goth concert. Well, Darkwave? Darkwave is probably the better description. It was Crusados. It was Crusados. It was a long time ago. Do I just put it here? Like, you don't see any difference from this. Which is kind of... unusual, I think. I mean, one of the songs that they have is, it's actually called Happy Birthday. Like, they're surprisingly, crescendos are surprisingly like, they're goth, but at the same time, they're not. I don't know how to describe them. I guess they're trying not to be too depressing about that, if that makes sense. They want you to go out and live your life to the fullest. I don't have a huge, what's the phrase, exposure to, like, goth in general. It was kind of more a happenstance. I got to go to it a bit. I mean, I did know the band beforehand. Through Vampire the Masquerade. I guess thinking about a lot of their other songs, actually, Happy Birthday is one of the few ones where it is, like, actually more, I don't want to say uplifting, but it's not outright depressing. At least from the earlier stuff that they had. I don't actually know what this one's going to do, so it's kind of a case of, where do I put it? Oh, this is the Gato, actually, isn't it? Is it the Gato? Hold on. The medallion. And the flame. How does birthday go? Today is your birthday, but it might be the last day of your life. What would you do if tomorrow it's all gone? Something kind of like that. This is the edge of the map. I feel like it's not a good idea to be going so far to the edge of the map and then realizing, like, I don't actually have... Just realizing, I kind of fucked myself over a little bit with this map placement. Maybe. Give me a second. It's still mildly dark, but it's not like the worst thing. It's not the worst thing. Give me a second. I mean, it's better than Marilyn My Bitterness. Very neat graphics, yeah. Yeah, okay. So it's looking okay, the lyrics are a bit you won't be young forever. There's only a fraction to the sum. You won't be young forever, nor will anyone. So look at your life. Who do you want to be before you die? Look at your life. And what do you want to do? Something kind of like that. So it's not like roll over and die sort of thing. It's just think about what you want to do. Yeah, it's a storage wheel. It's a storage wheel for your artifacts. I don't really remember what it does. So that is Gato Grottos. Yellow Goth. Yeah, kind of. We're just gonna place. We're just gonna place. I'm actually really surprised that they still exist because they've been around for quite a while and they still tour, and he's the leader of the bands is like the linchpin pretty much, and he must be in his 40s, 50s now and doing this. The animated creatures on the bottom are the different elements and they're like respective critters. Like, I say critters, but there's only one of each, I believe. They are depending on like where you place things exactly on the map, it's supposed to have yeah, okay, so you can kind of see here that has different effects on the different things. So like on Luon Highway, the little Yoda-ish critter is maxed out. And I honestly don't really remember how the system works super well, so it's kind of a case of, well, we'll deal with it. We'll deal with this as we go along. We'll deal with this as we go along. Look at all that grass. What did we just populate? A jungle. Okay. I think I know... Oh, this is something that I played when I was much, much younger. I had the PlayStation 1 disc here still, but this is the remaster HD version on Steam. It's a Mana game. It's Legend of Mana. It was a big-ish, not big-ish game, but it was well loved enough to get an HD re-release. They remastered the music. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So now the question is more so, do I have to find El-Azul over here? Like, is he just hanging out in this spot? Well, probably because it's not a JRPG, but it's a little difficult to get into, I think. Because it's older looking-ish now. It's a different style. And where the fuck is El-Azul? Where is that bastard? Is it because it's the wrong day of the week? Is it the wrong day of the week? We'll go to Gato Grottos. It's more of a case of, I know that there's some things to do in here. I don't remember what it is. In terms of, like, I know that there are certain things that we can unlock. Ah! Oops. Yeah, I probably did. He deserves it, though. These are the Gato Grottos. They are well known for the Temple of Healing. The Flame of Hope. Excuse me, are you feeling alright? My tummy hurts. Pardon me, could you help me with the sick sproutling? Thanks. Ow, my tummy. Come, try and walk to that shop over there. Take them out of the way, take them out of the path. Ugh. I can't. Someone help me. Oh no, and he ran away. He can't move over there, so he's gonna run away onto a different map. I wonder if it will be alright. Let us pray to the spirits of wind and fire, that the people of the world may live in peace. Every so often I kind of miss that the graphics, because they're so low quality, it's kind of a, are those hands right there, or are they not? And it's kind of a, when they move, you can tell that they're hands, but when they pose, let me go. I'm selling the minerals I've mined around here. Let's see, is there nothing else? I guess the next path is just up here. Oh, it's him, okay. I'm Rubens, one of the town firekeepers. Let me ask you something. I hear a thief is after the temple's flame. Did you see anyone suspicious on your way here? There was a sproutling. I wonder. I honestly don't know. Actually, no, probably not, because the fire is like the big thing here. Fire is one of the big elements here, as you can tell by Rubens here. A sproutling? No, that guy. I doubt it's involved. I guess the thief was just a rumor. The inspector exaggerates everything. I wonder if I should go back to the inspector then. Sorry, just the way he looks like that. Occasionally, off to the side. He's waiting for something. My tummy hurts. Please help me. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, it's a popo bug. One of those can cure almost anything. Help me. I'd go so far as to say it's a cure-all. I better get it off you. You're going to help me? I just have to pull off a leaf to remove the bug. You won't feel a thing. No! Oh, what a waste. Cobalt bugs are so expensive. I think Rubens could have done with that. VR looking for my character or for the ladies here? Rubens likes to come up here. He must love the breeze we get. Lady. You're not wrong. Especially with the whole shtick that they've got going on here. Okay, so... Do you want to ask me about something? About the inspector. He's a mouse man with a pipe and a booming voice. And he keeps pestering me to be careful all the time. Let's ask about him. About you. My job is to keep the torches burning at the temple. The temple is up the path to the left. What? I know what that is. Holy shit, we have to go back. We have to go back. Where did he go? Oh shit. Oh fuck. So... you know this trope, right? You know this trope? Especially when a thief is involved? Fuck. I don't know the order that things happen in. We might already be heading towards a bad end. So if there's a thief involved trying to steal something, right, they usually have a calling card that they send beforehand, before they steal the thing, or they leave a calling card in place of the thing that they're stealing. I mean, that was a Game Boy Advance game, right, or something? Final Fantasy Tactics Advance? That's why it was Advance. Phantom Thief. Would you call it I've never actually played. I've never... Is Phantom Thief like a specific reference to something, or is it a more general, like, trope name? Okay. Okay. Because I've never actually played Persona 5, but I was talking with someone else about it earlier, and we were talking about how to put it, like, what is a persona really? And then kind of a question of other series and things that are similar to that in concept, but what exactly are these things that we've never watched necessarily but have heard about? In my case, anyway. I also fucked up and thought she was from Persona 5. I really don't have a whole lot of exposure to it. Ah. It might be, it's probably an even older trope, honestly. Stop that. But my tummy hurts. Please do something about the Popo bug. Shh. Calm your soul, and all your worldly pains will vanish. That one even had his own anime. But it hurts! When I think of something like that, I think of Kamikaze Kaito Jean. I think that's how it's pronounced? Magic Kaito? I don't know about that, but yeah, no, Kamikaze Kaito. Okay, Gentleman Thief. Okay, I was thinking like Lupin-esque, but I don't think Lupin... I guess Lupin announces beforehand what he's doing because of course he wants to get the attention and to poke at Zenigata. Then meditate. The mind controls everything. But I was thinking, even in Phantom of the Opera, like he's not stealing anything in Phantom of the Opera, but he does have a calling card of sort as when he does his stuff. He has his magic lasso. His lasso. The Punjab lasso. Punjab lasso. I don't know how it's actually supposed to be pronounced. Somebody help me? Phantom of the Opera wasn't such a bad read, honestly. Although it was a bit sad reading it and then seeing it. Like, the musical was good, just there's a few things that they missed a bit. They misrepresented. Okay, maybe if I go back up here. Old Mongolian Angel! Yeah, I get it. Oh, he's still here! Rubens is still here. We didn't miss it. Okay. Oh, that was kind of jank. You saw that, right? The way it kind of like, it can't move smoothly to the left and right. Well, to the left and the top at the same time. It can't go diagonal, so it just kind of did both, just one after the other. It was awful. My tummy hurts. Help me, but don't tear off my leaves. All right, my dear. Come over here. I will help you. Okay. See here, Rubens. Oh, you saw that, right? Ow! Go ahead and take it. No, wait. What's the matter? Don't you want to revive your petrified sweetheart? Well, of course I do. It's just... Oh, you big meanie! Look, it got away. I don't want to hurt anyone. Then you can't protect anyone. You're too soft. Life is like this town. You have to cut through the rocks to make a path. When you put it that way, it's kind of a man. When you put it that way, with this entire plot line that this one is involved in, it's just kind of all, whew. I feel like spoilers. I want to, but at the same time, I don't. The path will never reach the mountaintop if the flame of hope in our hearts goes out. This guy's a dick? You mean Rubens? I don't think he's that bad. Not like Elazul. Don't you think so? Oh, it's a woman. I believe they're all nuns at this temple. Rubens is like the only guy. Rubens is a special case. Only those who are strong enough can survive. It's nature's way. Yeah. This game is a lot of like running back and forth. Nothing in here? Oh, whoa, none. Why is she like falling down? Aha! A crime has been committed. The victim is a nun. No external wounds. Hey, you, don't touch the body. I wish I had a detective hat. I am still alive. Oh, my apologies. Are you alright? I'm falling into Nicola's voice for this. I twisted my ankle when the Sproutling bumped into me. So she disguised herself as a Sproutling. What is she up to? Oh, I need to go like rougher for that, not like old lady. Not even Nicola's an old lady, but I'm giving him kind of an old lady voice. Not super. Let me find this. Let me find my inner Zenigata here. Blast it, Sandra! That's not quite it either. Ugh. Is there anything else I can do for her? No, I guess not. She's just stuck on the floor. a lot of running back and forth. There's not a whole lot of fighting necessarily. I kind of forgot about that. What? Another scene. What is it? Or rather, what is it? I think I'll get the Popo bug from that Sproutling. Go ahead. I'm not doing it. How callous. You don't care one way or the other about your girlfriend and Geo. How do you know where she is? Okay. Spoilers. Good question. Stop playing games. Well, if you don't want the Popo bug, can I take it? Fine by me. You don't care if the Sproutling dies or your girlfriend sleeps forever, do you? Look, I don't want to interfere in anyone's life. And I don't want anyone interfering in mine. Just leave me alone. Never. Jewels that lose their sparkle must be dealt with. What have you done? Come any closer and I'll kill him. Do as I say and I won't harm your core. What do you want? I want to see some tears. I want you to cry like a baby and beg for your life. Oh, she is cruel. She is cruel. It's better to turn off the game. No! No, he wasn't speaking to us. He was speaking to her. We are but a bystander here right now. Ish. Gumshoe with Zenigata's voice? Huh. I could sort of see that. Well? Well, where are your tears? But I can't. That's just too bad. Goodbye. Say goodnight. Thank you, Octor, for the resub. Welcome back to the garden. Still alive, eh? The Jumi of the Lucidia are a tough bunch indeed. I'll be taking the Flame of Hope now. I won't be caught so easily. See you around. Just out of time. No! She already started monologuing. She already got her monologue in. We don't really get any lines as a NPC. We get like, questions. We're kind of, it's of the time period where NPCs are silent much of the time. Not NPCs, PCs. Your character is silent most of the time. I'm too late. Blast it. So it was you all along. Give yourself up, Sandra. I'll take those stupid sticks out of your hair. No. No, not her. It was a nun. And yes, I am awake like stupid early. Although, well, I mean like awake stupid early. I'm on stupid early. I slept in until 2 a.m. Well, Sandra's a master disguise, but I will catch her. Yeah, popping bubbles, sort of, isn't it? It's like popping the crinkly thing. And they're just leaving him on the ground. Poor bro. Ugh. Ugh. Diana, I wish I could see you again. I'm sorry. And he's gone. Our first death. There's nothing we could have done though, I don't think. The temple received a note from Sandra, the jewel hunter. It said that she was going to steal the flame of hope. I'm going to crackly grandma voice. I thought she meant the sacred torches, but she was after Reuben's core. If only I knew Rubens was a Jumi. We must catch Sandra before... Sorry. We must catch Sandra, no matter what. I need your help. Will you cooperate? Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna give you... It's kind of a... Do you want spoilers? Do you want spoilers? This is not my first time through this storyline, so I have a vague recollection of how it goes. And I understand some of the... Maybe not nuances. Okay, so you see how most of the characters that we've interacted with have not been exactly human-looking? But then we have El Azul, who looks pretty human, from what we could see. And Rubens, too, looks pretty human. They're not human, they're Jumi. They are... Yeah, foreshadowing. They are jewel cord things. People. They're people. Jewel cord. Each one has a different jewel at their center. That's basically them. So think of it kind of like Monica-esque, I guess, in some ways, except this is way beforehand, and it's not like it was taken... It's not like they were a human who had that taken out of them or anything like that. It's that's just the way they are. And there's very few of them, but I'm pretty certain that they're all humanoid, like very humanoid looking, and they just have a jewel core. Crystal gems. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it too, I suppose. Except they're even more standard looking-ish. Except they all have strong themes between their design and their name to their jewel core. You can probably guess what Rubens was, for instance, and you can probably guess what El Azul is as well. So we have a literal jewel hunter on the loose. Oh, thank you. Something tells me that Sandra is still nearby. Yeah, Rubens is clearly water, obviously. I kind of forgot about... I forgot about... what is... Sorry, I know Crystal Gems, Steven Universe, yeah. I only saw the first, like, 3 seasons, I guess? Maybe only 2? I watched, I think, up to, like, just past the season where they did the crashing the hand ship into Earth thing. Don't bother watching the rest? Okay, that's fair. I mean, it's been a number of years since I watched that section in the first place. I don't remember what made me stop watching it. If it was just sort of a, this isn't so funny anymore. It's not funny fun. I'll search the temple in the village. You go check the surrounding area. Let's go. So I've described that there are 3 storylines. So one of the storylines is following the crystal gems, the Jumi, essentially. I asked you to check out the area surrounding the town. Okay, bro. So when they were talking earlier about, especially because that was probably Sandra herself speaking, about carving out of stone, like that's how life is, that was just sort of, oh, wow, they're making commentary on the Jumi right there. That is into the heart of it. That's why I reacted that strongly. And then I didn't realize that was actually Sandra. That was actually Sandra the thief talking about it. So she was really digging a knife in there. I mean, then later on she actually dug out a knife, so you know. This is probably the most popular of the multiple stories in here. I'm trying to remember. We've interacted with a few people from one of the other storylines, I think. We don't remember. Was it What Lady a Crystal Gem? Was What Lady a Crystal Gem? I will say that they... Stabby Lady? I will tell you, her name is Sandra. Her name is Sandra. Okay, can we get here? Okay, we're gonna see if Alazul's here. They try and telegraph things. Maybe if I go to the right area, he'll show up. Like, maybe I have to be over here? Nope. So I guess it's the wrong day. I'll come back later. Or maybe I really did just like lose the chance at that, and we've come upon a different story. So we've got Grottos, but did I didn't move the town. So today's Aura. Yeah, I don't super remember the order of things. I'm gonna try the jungle real quick and see if there's anything interesting in there. Ah! These! I remember now. I remember. Okay. Ah. Please listen up. Sorry, please listen up. Today's your lucky day. If you go catch a Tukate and wing its tail back, what'll happen? Uwu. I can't uwu. I cannot uwu. So, I don't know. Cheese Hamson. I really remember liking this design, this particular creature. Character? Cheese Hamson. You just don't get it, do ya? So what happens? He'll write off all our debt. Ain't that right, Mr. Fuddy-Duddy? I am not Mr. Fuddy-Duddy. Please address me as Sotheby. And your debt will not be completely cancelled either. They don't always make the L's as W's, because it would be like, cancel? I can't that. Will. And then it'd be like woo. The 10 million Wuqua you owe will be reduced to 9,009,000. I can't see that number. It's 9,980,000 Wuqua? Is that it? Oh, I hate reading out loud numbers like that. Not loud, large numbers. Duh, how can we owe you so much money? We're just house cleaners at the Madame's mansion. You really don't get it, do ya? Mr. Fuddy-Duddy duped us. I did not dupe you. You must pay for all the things you broke. Ah, well. Toil, says the proverb, is the sire of fame. Snuggy Wuggies. Oh, I do sometimes have my, well, I guess my cats, there's a thing, actually I don't know how common it is. So like the cheeks are the sugar mines, right? So like when you're scratching the cheeks, you're like digging into sugar mines. Like a maple syrup tree. Well, like a maple tree, I suppose, like getting syrup from it as well. Like the sugar mines are particularly good today if the cat's like really digging the cheek rubs. What's that mean? It means if you want to pay back the money, you gotta catch 500 Ducates. Little rabbit guy. Duh, hey, that's easy. Do Ducates even exist? My name is not Mr. Fuddy-Duddy. Hunting Ducates. I'll reward you 20,000 Wuqua for each Ducate tail you bring me. It's just kind of a... Go a wheel rarity. Oh! humans are so annoying. I hate them. This is the closest place to the land of fairies. Be careful not to get lost. Just there's so many paths. I don't know which way to go. I really don't know which way to go. We got a thing. Animal meat. We got animal meat. I actually have a bunch of magnets, not for Uwu speak, but for lolcat speak. Back when cheeseburger was a thing, I have a cheeseburger plush cat, and I got the magnet set. Wait, what? We're back here? Animal meat? Look, don't question it. There was bird meat earlier. There was bird meat earlier. Ah! In the area where the bird was, Oh! That hurts. Oh, no, 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 no. Yeah, I'm gonna die. Yeah. Okay. Guess it's more of a case of like, okay, so what are the controls? Soy meat? We're not gonna question this. We're not gonna draw the line as to meats here. Okay. What is it doing to me? Okay, it's a little bit... I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I feel like this is the kind of thing where I need to... Yep, I'm dead. And you can't leave. Yep. We're gonna continue, but I'm actually going to move to a different area. But I feel like that might actually be the way I have to go. Western jungle. So what happens if we go this way? Like, is this a get good sort of situation for me? Are you lost? You humans have no sense of direction. It might also be unfamiliarity with controls. We got rotten meat, so there. We have multiple forms of meat that we can get. Okay, there are zombies. It's more of a I want to get out of their way. What did they just do? What did they just do? What? This is so slow too! So I have to be like right in the spot for it. Like not get too close. This is so awkward of a battle system. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Yep. Telegraphing? Okay. So what can we even do with the food anyway? Or like the meat? Can we just like eat it? How does it work? have no money either. I can't even do anything with it. What? So I think I just have to get good at understanding how battle works. And not get hit. Nope, I didn't want to jump in. Let me go back. Let me go back. Let me go back. I can't move. I don't have control. Did they just like poison me? I guess there's also the case of I have to learn how to defend too. Are they like stuck? Okay, so that's kind of stuck. I also, it's just, X is how you fight in Bloodstain. Like, it's the default attack, so I keep thinking like, yes, I want to attack, that's what I want to do. Wrong fucking button. Wrong fucking button. And there's actually a defense button too. And as you said... Yep, okay. Just, yeah, I have to target only one of them and not like the entire group. I have to remember which one's which. And then getting stuck in animations like this. What? Like legit getting stuck when it does that 3 times in a row. How can you even tell which one's which now? There's so little space to maneuver too. There, one's gone. One is gone. Please say they don't leave after like 5 seconds. Great. Yeah, there's only 2. Oh, very slightly out of... Invigorated yet. An old school RPG animated battles. Isn't it riveting? I lost experience because I didn't pick it up in time? That sucks. Oh, it's this area. Courtyard? Wait, let me go back. There's also the case of, I do have random battles turned on, so I can stop that, actually. But I thought, like, I'm gonna play it close-ish to the original. I get moss. I'm gonna play it close to the original. Is there really nothing to be had here? Okay, we're gonna try these guys, but from a different angle. I'm getting stuck. Yeah. I think we're just gonna skip it. We're gonna skip that. I don't... God damn it. We have to fight these guys again, because... I can't just leave. I cannot just leave. There's no running. You have to live with it. I could return to title screen if I had thought this through. If I had saved. If I had saved! He's doing a fucking Michael Jackson dance. I messed up. I shouldn't have jumped straight into the middle. I'm not that poorly off, though. I'm not that poorly off. We got an item? Yeah, having to be on the same, like, line path. Hello, Oliver Williams. I can't wait to have, like, magic so I can just kind of do some stuff from a distance. Do some stuff from a distance. I got more experience? Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. I don't think so. I could be wrong. Okay. We're back here in the jungle. Nope, we're not doing those. Okay, so it's more of a case of diary. So we finished this one. We didn't do that because we haven't unlocked Gato yet. And we haven't finished hunting Ducate. Because, as far as I know, we haven't seen any Ducate. Why so Wooey Pea? Just one will fetch 100,000 Whoopwa. Catch it for me, and I'll reward you handsomely. You aren't supposed to catch me. Catch that wound thing that's running around. Oh! Aw, he went away. It's so strange. I always thought Willopees were just a myth. So now I have another thing to catch? Oh, it's right here. Wah. Wah. Come on, let me. Jungle entrance. Okay, let's talk to him again. Yep. Only... Yeah, he's a cheapskate. He's a bit of a cheapskate. I want to say... The characters in here are... not always good people. You have to understand. And he did set up the other ones to, like... basically... fail on start. He set them up to fail on start. It's kind of a I am really lost actually. Actually, oh, we found them. That blockhead will never find this pathway. God, those legs. You get blank eye. What is blank eye? Unless it's a... What is it? Okay. It's an eye thing? Oh! I should have been doing this. Wait, no, I did once. Iron pot. If I optimize all though, this is it. And for skills... Oh! Shit, I should have been doing this. I should have been doing this. Lancer, we might as well do this. Mighty Javelin. I have no magic, so. LB. LT. L for Lancer. I'm absolutely gonna remember that one. We'll try it against this. Oh shit, there's more of them. Excellent! Except for this. Except for that. No, 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 don't run away. L for light magic. I don't have any magic though, not even light magic. We've almost filled the bar. We'll try it again. We'll try the other one instead. That was way overkill. That was perhaps way overkill. But that explains a lot. That explains so much. Kind of a... Have we been here? Have we been here? Right, the Pwa thing. So... L for take it. Can't go that way. Can we go this way? Oh, is that the same lone zombie from before? It's just down a different path? I really have to learn to, like, stay away for lancing. Like, always keep some distance between me and them. Don't let them get too close. I have to move a lot. Are they gonna beat me up for it? Okay. No, did I miss aim or something? I think I did. I want the item, I want the item, don't block me from getting the item! Yes! Yes! Fuck. I should have jumped. I missed. Wow, this duck. It actually, you know what? It's a bit like a... Is it a cockatrice? Sorry, if you think about, there's a mythical creature that has... What? You look at it and it turns you into stone, and it's got a lizard tail? Is that right? No. Basilisk? Cockatrice? What is he? I don't know what this is. Hi there. I'll cast a spell on you so you won't get lost. That's very nice and friendly of him. Chicken head, snake tail. Okay. And we got Sharp Claw. So what is Sharp Claw? Is it equipment? Is it a skill? No. Is it an item? I wanted to... It's items. Fangs and Claws secondary? So we cast a spell on me so I don't get lost. It's a little late though. I'm already way lost in here. So if I don't want to... It's not that I don't want to fight them, it's just more of a... I've already been around there, right? I don't think that's the way it goes. I don't think. Fine, let's deal with it. Oh, I can... do this. Way easier now that I'm not, like, completely ignoring some of the best skills in the... Not best skills in the game, but I'm not ignoring, like, an entire branch of the game battle system. This is why you read tooltips. Let me get experience, let me... Okay, no. Let me get experience. I'm gonna do something really quickly. really quickly. I think it deserves it. This was something that I was wondering, and now that I've played it, it is very much so this. I'm gonna break out my rose-colored sunglasses. Because this game... this game. We need to put them on properly. Is this the right size? Okay, they're not like linked to the right spot. They're not linked to the right spot. Maybe they're a bit too big. Woo! Ah! It scared me. Hello, Hazmat. How are you? Looking through rose-colored glasses at an old game. So I think I might make these like a tiny bit larger. Okay, they don't look so bad when I tilt them. Or do I put them lower? Like, how do you normally wear sunglasses like these? I guess if the bridge of the nose is like here. It looks a little silly though. Not really, like, aviators look kind of funny, but at the same time, they're pretty useful, aren't they? Wait. What day of the week is it? What day of the week is it? Not that I have a jog to go to, it's just more of a, okay, it's Saturday. Thank you. Yeah, okay, so, on the grounds. Yeah, it would be nice if they had some sort of, maybe it was easier back when this was all, when it was all done in 32-bit, I guess? Okay. I've been here before, haven't I? Oh, wow. That was really powerful. That was really powerful. Now I just need to actually attack. No! I really hate the disappearing stuff so much, because what happens with things like this where it's like, they're in the spot where it should be. They're in the spot. How am I supposed to deal with that? So that's a dead end. That's a dead end. We already did this one. We already did that one. I think this was the kind of thing that where I would have had a map for it. Like, I would have made a map probably of how these. Yeah. I'm on fire. I can't stop it. Let me stop being on fire. I legit cannot stop being on fire. Yeah, I'm dead. These tomatoes. Nightshades. Do not trust nightshades. Fuck. Can I do this? Nope. What are they doing? What kind of attack was that? No tomatoes. No tomatoes. So if we go this way, I think it avoids them. Oh! Duh, was there a path here before? Who cares? I ain't never gonna find nothing if I don't look. Yeah, tomatoes OP. I really wonder if it's a case of I just need to get good or not. Something's going on over that way. I better get ready. Because it feels like the boss wasn't, well, maybe it was just because it was the beginner boss. It wasn't that bad. Whoa. Duh, hey cheater. So I guess you didn't find nothing yet, huh? Let's do it to Kate, but there's a big animal back there. Hey, if we catch it, maybe it'll let us some more dough. So it's gonna be money. Hamson, that ain't the right way. You really should listen more closely. Like, what even is... Hamson ran into the fairies' land. Don't follow him or you'll be back at to the entrance. You should see the place I was just at. There's a funky animal in there. What is this? We got a save point. We got a save point. Yeah. What is this? Money? Acid. Acid is a skill? It's a spell? It's not. Literally, what is acid? What is... Oh, I guess I have to select the sub-menu. We just got a bottle of acid. Okay. Oh! My name is Roan. My sister Selkie went out to find why the fairies have been acting weird. She went into the courtyard of Rain, but she might be hiding from Decate now. Could you go look for her after you catch Decate? Decate has been causing trouble around here lately. You might find him easier to catch if you work with a partner. There's some, I think almost all the characters that you meet here, they have multiple quests attached to them. But I don't necessarily remember where all the quests go, because they're not all, like, huge quests. They're not all huge quest chains, some of them are just small quest chains. This is the Forest of the Fairies. Humans are not allowed to enter. Man stupid, stith whippany combath kiot dawn. What the? So I guess that's why the fairies are acting weird. Nah. So they just kicked me out? It's so strange. Okay, yep. So yeah, I guess we have to... Oh, can we partner with him? I've seen Decate like 1,000,000 times, but there's no way I can catch him by myself. Listen, why don't you and me team up? With Hamson too? With that blockhead? You gotta be kidding me! What? No, 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 come back! I was asking out of politeness. Okay. Yeah, let's catch... Yep. Yeah, we're gonna team up. He's one of my favorite designs in this entire game. This character. Thank you for the water. Okay, took a second for the head pat to work. Right, I figured out a way to make it... Wait. Don't I have him with me? I don't have him with me? I accepted, didn't I? Let me double check. Is he still there? Yeah, he is. Come on. This way. Oh, I went the wrong way. I wasn't looking. But yeah, I realized I was having a technical issue. So hopefully now in some cases transparency will work better and it won't look strange. I just can't find him. How about you and me work together? Skippy. Work with that loser? No way. Don't talk about Skippy that way. Don't talk about Skippy that way. Kind of a... This isn't the way I'm supposed to go for Skippy, is it? Okay. So he just ran off, and it's kind of a case of... He went straight? He went south? No. This way leads to Hampson, so it's just kind of a... Where the fuck did he go? Have a good night, or morning, Tidon? I'm so used to saying good night to people on stream. I don't... Do I say it now still? I think I'm lost. Sleep well. This is probably gonna miss, honestly. Oh, it didn't. Is it a nap at this stage? How do you define nap? Look, I am garden elf, not forest elf. This is different. I'm not good in... I don't have survival instincts that are very good. My survival instincts are rather poor. If you're looking for that kind of elf, look elsewhere. This way? No. God damn it, this is a dead end. Okay, so I guess we do have to go this way. Oh! Let's do the thing? Question mark? Did that miss? No. It didn't. It didn't miss. I probably should be focusing on the other one a bit more. It's just getting it lined up. Like, what happened there? Okay. Is it trying to run away now? It doesn't get off that easy. Grave dirt? Grave dirt. Yeah, let's work together. So thanks, I'll rustle over there and get him to come out. I wonder if we were supposed to agree to both of them? That must be it, right? Come on, where are we going? This way. Where did you? There's not even a path through the forest. I can't do that. I can't follow you. Oh, I ain't gonna lose him this time. Raw. So yeah, I guess I had to get both of them together. So the question is, do they go north or do they go south? I'm gonna save. We're gonna save. There's something wrong with saving. Tomato. I hate tomato. What? I'm still on fire, and now I have a tomato on my head. I just had to poke and prod a little bit and not get hit. Tell me, not get hit. Oh god. And hope that they don't, like, respawn their stuff. No, I didn't want to do that. I feel like just one wrong mistake and I'm fucked here. Again. I know that one skeleton is like ready to fall apart in a second. No, 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 no. I can defeat one soul tomato. No, I can't. Can I? One lone tomato. I got a chocolate bar for that? I hope I never have to come back this way again, ever. Poison powder. Posture check, thank you. Let's see. Let's see. I think this is very much a case where you have to, like, be on the smaller things in order to fill your bar so you have something to kill the bigger things with. Will this work? Okay, it sort of worked. And now there's one that's all alone. If I could just get a fucking angle on it. So close. Okay. Like, just a little bit more. I also have no idea how it triggers the like head bouncing thing. Is it just I'm too close to it? I'm not certain. Another chocolate bar. So this is the way, hopefully. And how did Hamson and Skippy get through this shit? How did Hamson and Skippy do this? Is it trying to kiss me? I think it is. What? At least this one is kind of slow in terms of what it's doing. It's like a little boxer. It's the melee range punch. Tomato shouldn't have punch though. Tomato should have salsa. This guy's kind of cute looking. Reminds me a little bit of Abby, except recolored. Will this work? Although this guy... Wow, okay. That was a mistake! Line driver, just in the wrong line. Yeah, I should have saved that. Just the ribs it turns into as well. Like that's a little graphic, isn't it, for such a game? Tomato punch. That could work, yeah, actually. So is that it to Kate? Is that it to Kate? Ah. Don't tell me that's to Kate. What is he doing? Honey, did he plant something? So I have to be up at a certain level for this to work? Where? I wonder if this is going to work if I do this. I kind of wish I had my, you know, Hamson and Skippy here to help me with this. Where are those assholes? I feel like I should not be... Will this work? I wasn't actually looking at the bar to see if it was or not. The boss has a lot of hit points. Like, all I'm doing is standing here and poking it with a stick. A pointy stick. In the ass, actually, looking at, like, the facial expressions and where I'm hitting. It's just sort of a, okay, maybe... Do I have some sort of, like, stun on this? I must. Now we're finally getting into his last health bar. Yeah. Is he going to kick me? Is he too shocked to do anything? This is not how I expected this battle to go, honestly. Like, what is going on here? Why is it so... Why can't I stand in one spot and just hammer this and it works? Okay, that did hurt. Yeah, why is giant ape easier than... What the fuck? The little tomato. Okay. Was that Ducate though, is the question. I didn't see anything about it. Duh. You know, you and me sure don't get along. We're both wimps too. We can't even work together when it matters most. Action economy. That is actually fair, yeah. It was when it's 3 against 1. Or even 2 against 1, it's harder than 1 against 1. The action economy is a shambles. Thank you all for your cooperation. Yeah, let's go. And I especially thank you for helping us out. Here's 500 Wukwa. Is that all? Bro! Is that all? No, I want it though. Like, Skippy and... I like Skippy. I don't like Hamson. Do I give it to them? No, they didn't deserve it. I like Skippy, but... Is that all? Oh, I thought you were different from those two. Ah, well. Sorry, I can't give you any more money, but take this instead. Mr. Fuddy Duddy cheats another one. I get the artifact Sandros. Skippy did guide me, I guess, but he also didn't really guide me well. He ran ahead so far. I get the artifact Ancient Tablet. Oh wait, then let's head for home. Ta-wa-wa. Ta-wa-wa. Ta-la-la? Was it that? Ta-la-la? We're moving up in the world? Hut and Ducate, the ends. Yeah, I'm pretty certain that we do see them again. So we got... Ancient Tablet and Sandrose. I feel like Sandrose is gonna lead us to Geo. I feel like it's Geo. So if you remember how they were discussing the what number you've placed and like how close to home you've placed it being doing stuff to the strength of what you're fighting against. So it's kind of a case of, oh, maybe that was part of it because we're kind of like veering away from home with that. So there is like an optimal way to place things in that regard where you want them to be. I think closer to the end you might want to have some spaces around close to home so at least they're slightly weakened. Or you want to place the ones that have no battles in... Okay, that wasn't what I thought it was. That is not what I thought it was. That's Duma Desert. I thought that was going to be someplace else. We're gonna head back to Domino real quick because I want to see if he's there. Gnome. He's not here. But in the meantime, can I afford anything? I can afford stuff now. I don't know if I want to. Are you an adventurer? You should at least get bronze gloves at the shop. Yep, okay, that's it. I know all about battles. I'll teach you everything when the time comes. Even though I'm just an onion, I'm still a warrior. An onion warrior. Dwell. Sorry. That's right, he's got a British accent. How do you say dwell in a British accent? Give me a second. Dwell. Whatever isn't that? I can't do that without some sort of mark or Britishism. I guess you, like, widen the mouth a bit? It's kind of like, hello, Gov. Whatever is an onion warrior, eh? Thank you, Noctis, Lucis Kalen, for the follow. How should I know? Wait, what? Actually, wait, we didn't go upstairs, did we? We didn't go upstairs. This is Rose's room, right? And this is just, for a second it's kind of it's a stone. And we heard that someone had been turned to stone. At the same time, kind of it's not her, right? Because we're not in the right town. Okay. Skippy. Yep, wandering juggler. Okay, so I guess we haven't unlocked that yet. I feel like... Am I just going to be waiting around for the right day to find that man, or am I going to be going on my own way? I'm not going to let some men dictate what I'm doing in this game. I'm going to find a different path. I just don't know where those other paths necessarily start. This was the, I think, earliest path you could trigger. We'll place the ancient tablet as well. Again, I'm not paying any attention to the sub-game here of, like, trying to place things properly at all. If I had the foresight, I would have read up on it. The Mindus Ruins. I'm actually going to check the highway again because I do believe that there are some people I'm supposed to meet here. I just don't know when. If it's a case of happen to return. Why do I have a message? Hold on. Okay. Oh, that's right. That was one of the things I was testing here. Okay, yeah. That's strange. That didn't fix it. I managed to improperly connect my Twitch account. What the frick is this? Boink. What is it? Fork in the road? Primrose Canyon? Wait a second. Is this actually named after me? Or is it like an accidental thing? Like, I just happened to pick the right name. What? This was not my intention. Oh, come on. That looks like a Pokemon. What is it? Ammonite? Looks like Ammonite. No, it's not my garden. This is a canyon. This is someone else's. Also, primroses aren't prim. Primroses, eating primroses aren't primroses. Exactly. I just have to go with the shortened form to fit in most of these games. Oh, you know what? I actually have this I can use. Okay, maybe I was wrong. You know what? Maybe they aren't here. I have a safe spot. So strange. This main road. Did we do this? Did we do this? Kind of a what road did we come from? So it's way easier. Oh wait, no, I want the experience. I want the experience. Don't take it away from me. I do like that you refill your hit points essentially after every battle. Simply because not having to bother with healing is really nice. So the only hit point that really matters, or the only bit that really matters, is the last percentage. I think there are like other skills I can get later. So we're over here. Can we do this? Is it going to actually work? I actually did the wrong one. I meant to do the line one instead. Odd meats. So there are a lot of meats in this game. Lawrence Tableland. Oh, is this a dead end? This is a dead end, it looks like. Yeah. Wow, okay. The bunnies hit kind of hard. Maybe I shouldn't say hard. The bloody. Bloody. They're also rather quick. What? Can't see? Some more chocolate? Yeah, there's nothing else over here, right? Nothing. It's just dead. Now I have to go all the way back. I kind of wish that there was a faster way back. You're not having to do this again. We're just gonna do this. I'm sure there's a ton of great guys I should be looking at, since I'm not worried about spoiling myself for this game. I wonder, like, there's speedrunners for all sorts of games, right? I wonder what the record, like, if anyone tries to speedrun this. I guess it's also a case of what you consider, like, hitting the end screen, I suppose? Being able to unlock the first... Being able to unlock the first... I guess it doesn't really actually work in this sort of game. Like, speedrunners are all usually for, like, platformers, right, and stuff? This doesn't really work for that. I hope someday I get in this game like a faster way to pick up stuff, because damn. Having to like walk over literally everything you want to pick up is really annoying. I'm really glad that in Bloodstained that you're able to work through that. Like you can get a shard, an ability that allows you to deal with that, essentially. Because that's the canyon. I think we dealt with that. All events. Wow, 5 hours? Here I am! I'm like 3 hours in and I've barely done anything. I've barely done anything. It's amazing. We got a clear feather. Singular route seemed to be about over an hour. That's fair. I guess we were just button mashing to get through them. It's not shocking. Funny you should ask that. How do I know it's not human meat? Because I've tasted it before? If it's supposed to be a riddle, if it's supposed to be a riddle, I don't quite get it. I've had the cannibalism talk a little bit on the channel. I've had the cannibalism talk. It's kind of a case of, well, do you define cannibalism as something that is does it have to be your species, or is it something like intelligent? That's the question. Like, where's the boundary? Okay, so after Undyne is something else. Oh, you know what? I have to go back to this guy. I forgot. The inspector. We're looking for the inspector. And I'm supposed to check out. What do you mean, what's up with cannibalism talks? It's... Is it... Well... Whoa! I miss this lady. I miss this lady. Want your fortune told? Yes, let's go ahead. There'll be 10 lucre. I'm saving for my retirement, so no less. Yes. She's a spinning fruit bowl. Vitamins, carotene, potassium, fiber, polyphenol. She picked up a pineapple? It says, be nice to rabbis. What? But, well, I don't really enjoy cooking, but there is a tiger in my life who does like cooking. I don't question what meat it is. I don't question what meat it is. Okay, so I am looking for... Actually, hold on. I'm going to go back in here real quick. I was looking for the diary because I'm supposed to be doing Flame of Hope. I don't have Gato unlocked though. So I suppose the next thing is unlocking Gato? But how? How do I unlock Gato? Okay, talk to them roughly, unless it's the wrong day. Unless it's the wrong day. Okay, wait, the pelican, what does she want? Anything new? Here comes the cute. Yep, we've done that. Watch out, boys, bang. There's nothing up there. Is this just kind of... Look, a monster egg! It's our first baby monster thing for the barn. There's a beast. That's a beast type egg. You never see wild eggs around here. You're in luck. This is a rare opportunity. Try to catch it. I'm slipping into the same voice for all of them. An egg. It's just a baby right now, but someday it will grow up to be a big monster. Of course, most monsters hate people, so they try to harm us. But a monster raised from egg learns to protect its master. A beast type egg. Beast is just the type of monster it'll become. You can never tell exactly what monster it will grow up to be. At a glance, all eggs look the same. But if you look closely, you can tell what type it is. With some practice, you'll be able to tell over 10 different types apart. Over 10 different types. So it's 11 types. I'll try to catch it. Not so fast. You can't just stroll up to an egg like that. It's watching you. Go carefully and try and catch it off guard. Carefully? First of all, don't stand in front of it, so you only scare the poor thing. Monster eggs run away at top speed if they feel threatened. Next, keep your eyes on the egg at all times. You don't want to miss any sign as to what it's thinking. Off guard? Monster eggs are gluttons. They forget everything once they start munching. Is that why we got so much meat? And when they're full, they fall asleep. They're a lot easier to catch then. Just try and stay out of the egg's field of vision. If they think you've gone away, you can catch them unawares. I'm ready to catch it. Try using these. We got dice berries. Bell grapes. Citrus squid. Press Y to open the food list and B to drop an item of food. Don't forget, when you open the food list with Y. Monster Corral. It looks really cute. Oh, I dropped it like way too far over. The beast egg is yours. Deliver the whelpy whelp to the corral I go. So she just swoops in and steals the baby to bring it home. Relax, Pelican will deliver the egg to the corral. Well, we better head over to the corral too. So we're heading home. There's someone... Speaking of beasts, there's someone crying. Give me a second. I guess it is their breakfast? Dinner time? Dinner time. Breakfast was... The cats are not exactly on my schedule. I don't know how to define their meals. It's time for their next meal though, roughly. Here we are in the grounds of your home. This is the monster corral. You can have up to 3 monsters graze here. Monsters will level up when you leave them grazing. They'll grow up to become reliable partners on your adventures. Any monster eggs you catch are delivered to that barn. Let's go take a look inside. This is where your monster eggs are kept. You'll sometimes find monster eggs on your travels. And when you do, make sure to catch them. You can have up to 5 pets. If your corral is full and you find another egg, you can sell it for... You can sell it or sell one of the pets you already have. Sell the one that you don't really like. Jennifer from the item shop in Domino will buy them from you. She can be a tightwad, but she's the only buyer around. Anyway, eggs take a few days to hatch. Fully grown monsters will become very attached to you and follow you everywhere. They grow more powerful by gaining experience. You won't find a better adventuring partner. Oh yeah, a monster's diet affects its growth. Try feeding them different foods and see what happens. The pet minigame. Monsters will only eat after they gain a level. Ah! Thank you, Vampiric Yoda, for the follow or for the raid. Give me a second. Wait, I think I did this. I hope this works. Testing something out. Okay, it almost worked. It almost worked. You were playing... What were you playing? Did you also happen to be playing Legend of Mana? Now you know what to do. Metal Slug. I don't know that game. I feel bad for not knowing it. It's kind of a case of Metal Slug. Is that... It's... Okay, it's not part of the Metal Gear series, right? At all. It's not related because it's Metal Gear and then it becomes Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, 3, 4, blah, blah. Okay, arcade shooter. It makes sense with that sort of name. I feel like it's something I may have seen... Actually, wait, hold on. Let me think. I'm going to look something up real quick. Do I know that? Because it does sound a little familiar. And like maybe I did actually... Okay. I think I actually did see people play that once upon a time. So is it new? Like when you say arcade, is it like new arcade or is it old arcade? 96? Okay. It's I think I actually have seen people play this at actual arcades way back in the day. Way back in the day. When it was a relatively new machine. It's just been a very long time since I've seen it. I wonder if they even still have that in there. I think the arcade probably still exists. It's just a question of did they keep that particular machine. So we finished Monster Corral. Welcome again. Thank you. I'm playing Legend of Mana. It's a game that I've played previously, a very long time ago. Probably around the time I saw people playing Metal Slug. So my memory of it is very fuzzy, but there are certain like things that I do remember. Okay. Now it's just a case of like, what are we looking for here? What are we looking for here? I really do feel like I kind of messed up and I should have done... I should have done El Azul instead of Rabbit, man. Tea Time of Danger. A damsel sigh? What the fuck is a damsel sigh? It's a vial? I'm also gonna double check. I have so many wind caps. I feel like that's not something I should be so happy with. Okay, this is still like the best thing I have available. Tipo wanted to go and pick tea leaves, but we got separated. I hate getting lost. No, come back. Join me. Join me. We can do this together. I hate getting lost. Come on. Oh, don't just give me that. Follow me. Join my party. Don't make me do this alone. Don't make me do this alone. I'm trying to find your buddy. Granted, you didn't even ask me. Okay, I'm stunned. I'm stunned. That's not really a whole lot of experience. It's really not a whole lot of experience. Looking back to the old arcades. A few of the ones, actually, I think about it, a lot of the ones that I grew up with are gone now, not necessarily because of times changing strictly, but because of natural disasters. It's really unfortunate. So even thinking back, like they might still have some of the machines, but honestly, they're probably all absolutely trash. They're probably wrecked. It's really unfortunate. It's a shame. But otherwise, I think the ones that still exist are like bowling alleys, right? What the? Who is this? Oh! The flowerling near the four gates is in charge of opening and closing them. There are flowerlings elsewhere that act like keys. You'll have to remember their formations to figure out which gates they open. I didn't realize this was gonna be a puzzle. Puzzle time. Oh no. Can we go up? We can! Huh. Neat. I like the sound changing too. Like, if you listen, the sound of us walking on stone instead of on grass. Who's this? Is this one of the flowerlings? The door that leads underground can only be opened with psychokinesis. It's tiring to use. Yep, okay. It's a flowerling? We are the keys to the gates. Okay. So, we just move? I don't quite get it. Okay, so this is the only way we can go. Oh. Actually, should I... Time to fight a snake, I guess? Oh no! Squeeze attack. Thank you, Dollar Pill, for the follow. Squeeze is not fair. But did we get another chocolate bar for that? Another flower critter? We are all connected. Okay. Megalithic structure. The perspective on this particular piece is so strange. Just how it goes. Not yet, not yet. I don't feel a thing. Eastern Gate? Can I not go through here? Hold on. Like, there's no path through, I guess. We are all connected. Okay, yeah. I don't get it. I don't get it! How did I solve this as a youngling? Just making sure. Like, different pathways here. I probably literally did actually draw out like a map or something at the time. You know what? That only did that much damage? Awful, awful. A little bit more, please. We have the whole health bar, so we're gonna use the whole health bar. Oh, damn it. There we go. Okay. Oh, so I couldn't quite leave yet because of that. So there's a pathway here too. Oh! I feel like it's a trap, but it's not. Sharp Claw. And more meat! More and more meat. More and more meat. I guess this is the sort of thing where it's kind of a, you feed it to the different critters? The critters eat it, right? And there's nothing else on this map. So, did I come from this direction or did I come from the other direction? I came from this direction. So, I probably want to try and go this way? Flower Keys Corner. I don't get it. Oh, actually, maybe I should have talked to him. Let's talk back to him. So I suppose I have to get them all to say that they're connected. I guess that's what I have to do. I was gonna do a special attack there. I was gonna do the Lancer attack. Another candy bar? Lizard meat. Lizard meat. The gate's closed. That's the problem here. Oh fuck. So it was kind of correct before? Like legit? Is that how it goes? So I had it right before, because the problem wasn't the gate being closed. I hate this lizard. Do I have to do this every single time? I might try and turn off the random attacks. But then again, I don't really feel like this is a random attack. It's just something to get in your way. It's something to get in your way. So yeah, like there's no way over to look. Actually, if you look, you don't have to look. Oh, actually, I see it all over this grass. So you can see here that the grass isn't very super connected, or rather, they have a pattern on the flooring for the grass here, and they did not make sure that the grass matches on the edges. They didn't. There's a trick to doing that to make sure the edges work. So you can see the seams by. Can I make a quick circle or something here? I probably can't. Let's try and do something really quick. I guess I can't actually do that. Oh, that's not the point. That was not the point. Yeah, it's chopped. So yeah, on the far right, you can see the four corners, and you can also see it on the upper left flower person. Like, I can't move up here, but like above their head to the left here, like there's also a seam there. Seam's is a good word for it. Yeah. So they you can also see the seam quite a bit. Now it's kind of a case of I don't know if I can unsee the seam. Now that I've done this. Because most of the time it's broken up enough that you can't see it. Like here on this map, there's just so much else going on. I don't think it's a problem. But at the same time, I feel like I can't super complain, because otherwise they did a pretty good job. Or maybe it's just a rendering issue on that one page, because none of the rest seem to have it. Huh. Okay. So... Huh. So not all the gates are done. One gate is ready, and that was triggered by one of those three. The top one being in that position. What? It, like, parried? It can do that? Not loud. One more. But unless it's a sprite issue, I wonder. Maybe it is a sprite issue. So she won't talk anymore. But this one will. So we'll try this position and see if it works. Like how difficult can this puzzle be? This is a game meant for children-ish, right? Ish. Ish. Well, I mean, this is the HD remastered, honestly, so that's the thing. Like, it was never, this was never meant for CRT. This was never meant for CRT. Although now that you mention it, I did actually, well, I guess, I don't know if I knew anyone without a CRT at the time I was playing this. Like, was that even really a thing? I guess it must have been. But I did play it on a small CRT. I did play it on a small CRT. So, one is done. One path gateway-ish. Thank you for the follow, Vanguard Christy. Oh! Excellent! Get the creepy eye. Preparing psychokinesis. Whoa! Thank you, Miru. Thank you for the raid. Let me shout you out. I can spell this. Oh wait, no, I spelled it wrong. What were you doing? What were you playing? I almost never get to see you because I'm usually... did I not do this right? Hold on. I have this working, don't I? Didn't I? Oh, matchmaking event? Okay. Sorry, my commands are a little messed up right now. Thank you for the follow, One Radbrad and Yukichi Reikyu, Endless Walker, and Paul Rebe. A matchmaking event. So like actually matching up your viewers? I've heard of. I know Grimmy was doing a viewer cat matchmaking. I haven't seen so much of like viewer matchmaking though. Ah, okay. Okay. For those who don't know me, I am the Evening Primrose. I usually only come out at night. I usually stream at like 9 p.m. EST. But I woke up at 2 a.m. today. I slept in. Normally, I'm a night bloomer like the flower. So I did a very early morning stream instead. And I'm looking back with rose-colored glasses at a game that I played in my childhood. It is Legend of Mana. Which would kiss for academic purposes? Does it have to be academic though? Thank you, non-binary butter, for the follow. I know that some other people have done also like, I guess, Chuba dating services-ish. I know that someone had like girlfriend tryouts. I don't necessarily know if I want to go this way. Glory's Ruin, right. Is there any other path down here? Is there another path? It doesn't look like it. Wait, so there was this path up here, which had no other escape point. This is a bit strange, like checking the game out, because the graphics don't really show you where to go necessarily. Because there are some times where it's kind of a, is this a path or is this a strangeness? Everyone has theirs. I know what Riz is, but barely. I barely know what Riz is. I learned. So I feel like because I had to learn that I had to ask what Riz was, it's kind of a, I don't have. No! I don't have Riz. If I have to ask what Riz is. We are the keys to the gates. And thank you, Turgal, for the follow. Normally, also, like, this is my first time playing this game on stream, I should point out. I have played it before, though, so I don't mind spoilers, personally. The last time I played it was closer to when it came out on the PS1 than anything else. So it's been a while. I don't remember necessarily all the, like, subsystems in there. Normally I play board games. And normally it's board games once a week. I do reading. I do reading on Sundays. But yeah, might as well say it. I got some funny looking microphones coming in. I was hoping I'd have them by this Friday. Huh. Sorry, we're trying to unlock the gates here. And it's kind of a case of, I think we want to unlock that door, but I'm not certain. So we just have to rearrange the critters. But yes, I was supposed to receive them 2 days ago, which was frustrating because they're signature required, and at the same time, I just went back to the same place. They're signature required, and they didn't get delivered. And now hopefully Monday they will arrive. That's the day after my normal reading. I'm looking forward to them. I'm looking forward to them. They have like 1 hit point? Great. So I'm pretty certain this was not actually like a PlayStation 1 game in the first place. Oh, I have to talk to these guys, right? Yes. Now it's just a question of like, which one moves? Which one moves? I hope this is right. Every time we pass through here, we have to fight one of the enemies, and it's just kind of a, do we really have to? Like, as far as I know, we can't run. Like, there's no way out. You just have to, like... I fucked up. I was really dumb. That was a special attack. I had to assign the special attacks to the... I'm using a controller, like, tap, tap, tap. You have to assign your special attacks to the buttons on the top, and kind of a testing because someone said, what if escape is a certain character, or like a certain motion, certain button pressing. So testing out all the buttons, and then kind of a nope. It's not those. That's my special attack when I'm in battle. It can't be. Kind of a, this didn't change the way I'd hoped. Exactly. This didn't change the way I'd hoped. And now I have to do the path again. Yeah. I actually have on PlayStation 1 discs. I have a number of PlayStation 1 games, but I don't actually have a PlayStation 1 anymore. Not that it really matters a whole lot, considering that it seems to be not necessarily easy to stream PlayStation games with capture cards. Like, it's a bit difficult for that older systems. Kind of a case of, let's try this guy. Moving up here. And he won't talk anymore. Can I jump it? No, I can't. He's just blocking now. I can't get out. So, like, he can't be here. I can't leave with him here. And I'm pretty certain that there's no path. Wait. No path over here. They can run on PlayStation 2 as well. Oh, I can get through. Excellent. Yeah, but I think the PlayStation 2 still has issues with capture cards. Because I still have my Nintendo. I still have my original Nintendo Entertainment System. But at the same time, I've heard that trying to capture that is not straightforward either. I used to have a Rob. My mother sold him. But she didn't sell any other pieces, so I still have the light guns too. But okay, this feels a bit strange. Yeah. Okay, so I can run through here. PS1 games can run on PS3. There are a few shops around here, so I probably just have to go around digging to see what kind of... First I have to do research on the games that I own to see what they can be played on, because I also have another game that I want to play. Folklore. I believe it's a PlayStation 3 game, I think, but I could be wrong. I could be very wrong. And I vaguely recall that there was some issue with, like, if I have a PlayStation 4, for instance, if I get a PlayStation 4, can I run that game on it? I don't know. And also, can I capture it? I do have a capture card, but I have an Elgato external capture card. But the only thing I've done so far has been the Switch. I'm talking about old game systems and, like, capturing them for streaming purposes. Or, I guess I don't have to just do it for streaming purposes, for instance. Like, I do have a living room, but if I want to... Right now, most of those game systems are attached to the living room. And not to the garden. So, like, if I do them... If I keep them attached to the garden... Or, not garden, living room, it's fine. Dump the ROMs. Yeah, it would be. It would be. If I had space. Which I kind of do. But also there's just the charm of playing them on the original systems. Like I physically, they're over, I can go pick up the physical copy of the game. And honestly, for a lot of them, they do have versions that are updated. Like, so I have the PlayStation 1 copy of this game, but I didn't need to go here. I can also just re-buy them theoretically on Steam or what have you, except Folklore, which is the problem. Folklore is not available on... It's never been re-released. Folklore's never been re-released. It's a damn shame, as far as I'm concerned. I haven't actually played Folklore. I've been wanting to, though. I saw when it came out. I wanted, but I didn't have the system for it. But I knew other people who did. So I watched a bit of their playthrough. I should just be using the Mighty Javelin to, like, end this. Or not. And I think there is probably an emulator for it too, for Folklore, but... I'd like to play the original. I'd like to play the original. Especially since I do own it. I do own it. And I do have the systems. I just have to get it together. So what was even down here? It was the megalithic structure. I hate this puzzle so much. So there's two different sets of these things that I have to deal with the gates. Oh. Just shoot me. And also I have to be just the right spot for this. There's a reason why I'm wearing... Normally I don't have these glasses on, but today it was just a... It's looking back at something that I enjoyed from my childhood. Thank you for the water. Give me a second. Thank you for watering me. I should also specify, I am not a plant. I'm an elf, but you know, sometimes getting spritzed does feel good. Who here would not want to get spritzed every now and then? Thank you for the water. Real quick. Let's see. Skills. Let's just double check. Is there anything better that we can be putting on here? Nope. We don't have any magic. We don't have anything else. What is swap magic? I feel like... this is fine. Look! It's a garden elf thing. It's a garden elf thing. Also, it's not, it's like a hair, they're hair pieces. They're hair pieces. Look, if you could grow your own hair ties, wouldn't you want to? Unless you have short hair, in which case, I guess that's up to you. The flowers on my dress are also part of me, you know? They're not part of the dress. What? Nope. Okay. Pairing at the absolute wrong time. I must say, that never really came up for me. But that probably would have been useful back in the day. That would have been useful back in the day. Fuck. Fuck. I hate this one so much. Okay, we're gonna just... hopefully this will work. Please just kill it. Please just outright kill it. No, it's not going to. Jump away! Okay. I haven't really dabbled too much in that sort of thing, although I did have a, not scare, but it was more of a case of when I was fairly young, younger than I am now, my brother got me as a present a copy of The Lion King, what I thought at the time was only an NES game, or SNES? SNES game. He got it for me for the computer. When I was younger, I did not question this. I did not question this. All I learned was how to, you had to open it up before Windows booted. It was MS-DOS. As I grew older, like a decade or two later, I realized, wait, but it was an SNES game. How did he get me a ripped copy of some sort? Like, how did that work? No, it later turns out like another decade passed and I find out, oh, there was an MS-DOS version, so he may have actually bought me a legit copy of the game. Or maybe it wasn't, but it was still the MS-DOS version and not like old school emulation, because it was kind of a case of, was there really emulation of SNES games back in, when would that have come out? 96 or so? How old was that game? How old was that game? Lion King video game, 94. Okay, so yeah. 94. Like, was there emulation back in 94? It's been around for a real long time. Maybe not. Yeah, so I have a feeling that it was probably just a actual MS-DOS version, or he got a copy of it because he was not beyond that sort of thing. He was not beyond it. Although we did have actual copy, they might still have the copies for, like, Sumance. But I think there were some other floppies and stuff lying around that were perhaps not the originals. Not V8s. What? This was back in the days. I actually had a neighbor who did not. There was some error with their computer. Maybe I say error. Maybe it was simply kind of the way they homebrew designed it at the time. I grew up where if you want the best for your computer, you shut it down when you're done using it, right? So my neighbor's computer, playing with them, what do we do after we're done using their computer? Shut it down. It turns out that their particular computer, I guess, didn't have long-term memory or something. So when everything was shut down, it refreshed itself completely. They had to reinstall everything. It was kind of a, how was I supposed to know? What kind of system were you running to do that? What kind of system? I feel like I've done all the different options here, and I'm not certain what I'm supposed to do to unlock this gate. Not that gate, sorry. And there's someone screaming. I'm going to be right back. I have cats, and it is breakfast time for them, so I'm going to be taking care of them for a little bit. I will be back after that. Okay, the cats have been taken care of. Also, just thinking about like hard disk is kind of a case of it may have been possible, yeah, it may have been possible thinking back when it was much more of a like, is it a business machine or is it a fun machine? Hello, Patmas again. Let's see. Okay, so I wish I could say I knew what I was doing here. Again, like, there's nothing else to do in this one spot. So, back at Glory's room. This stupid snake. Ah! You know what? Lancer it. So I suppose it's a high damage as long as you actually get it in the right spot. Thank you for the follow, Ultimate Heroza. Okay. What I'm going to do actually is I'm going to go back and save real quick, because the save is here, yeah. Also, like, is there anything up here? I've already checked this, but just double checking. No. No, nothing. Ah, yes, save. Okay. So, double check. I know I just went this way. I know I just went this way. Fuck. And now I'm locked. I do wish that they gave us the names of the creatures that we're fighting. I feel like that was part of some sort of interior bestiary, but I don't know if we have access to it yet, perhaps? Or if it's somewhere else. Ah! Wait. It was here, right? Is this the fucking snake again? No, it's this way. I'm at least glad it's not random encounter exactly. There is an option to turn off random encounters, but I'm pretty certain these don't count as random encounters because they dab in every single fucking time. Actually, so this is a Flower Keyscape. Flower Keys Corner. Flower Keys Corner. I'm going to save the other attack, the good attack. So there's my health bar, and then there's also a bar for doing a special attack. And it fills up the more I attack. It's more of a case of... Oh. I do hate the loading screens. At least they're not that... They're not that bad. Okay. In the grand scheme of things, it's not a long load, but it's still kind of frustrating. We can't go through here. Hi, Berserker Boy. I'm failing at puzzle. I'm failing at puzzle. God, I hate this so much. You know what? If I can, I'm gonna leave it. I don't have to do this. I don't have to do this. I can leave whenever I want. We can do a different puzzle. We can do a different puzzle. In fact, it doesn't have to be a puzzle at all. I'm not stuck in the storyline. I can leave the storyline whenever I want. Tipo will just have to wait. Tipo will just have to wait. Who needs a teapot? Who needs a teapot? Who would help with the snake? At least it's not the worst. It's not like the tomatoes. The tomatoes were the worst. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Same Old Shane, for the follow. We're gonna leave. We can leave. Now it's just more so a case of, so we have to find Gato. Tomatoes. We can leave this way? Wait, have we been through here before? Black and bad. Look, there's no reason we shouldn't be able to go through here. There's no reason that we're stuck there. And now it's a case of, to backtrack, do I have to... There's also this, like, okay, so I am going this direction, but then I'm kind of in a completely different orientation than before. It's a little disorienting. I feel like Bloodstains kind of spoiled me a little bit, honestly. Bloodstains spoiled me. And it's not even like it's the same category of game. It's just, it was made to look kind of older without actually having any issues old games have. Fuck. Fuck, I can't leave. I don't think I can leave because of this. I think I'm stuck. Slightly. Actually, you know what, Lancer? Thank you, Ryan Rigor Mortis, for the follow. Please say it killed it. Yes, excellent. Accidental grinding session. We just started this game and we're already grinding. Can I leave this way? Please say I can... No, we were here before. I need to make a map. I need to make a map. This way? I've heard of people making for like Zelda, especially the original one, they would make their own homemade maps for the games. I had guides for maps and other things, like physical guides for some games, but not. Okay, so come into like opposite day with this. It's alright. Or Link to the Past. I vaguely recall probably making maps for this game, but it's been so long I probably still don't have those books. Or those sheets. Okay, you know what? We're gonna do this. Like, it really is a toss-up for some games whether or not I use game facts, or if I didn't and you made maps on my own, or I may have done a combination. I may have done a combination. Oracle games? All I can think of is... I know for some games okay, we're at the beginning, thank fuck. We can leave. We can leave. We don't have to do this again. Or rather, I will have to do it again, but it's not like it's something... It's not something I have to worry about too much. I don't have to come back to if I don't want to. Okay. So... Freedom, yeah, freedom! Sort of freedom, sort of freedom. I'm going to double check at Domino real quick to see if maybe it happens back when I was a little sapling, back when I was a smaller elf. I don't think this is the right day for us to come back for Ulazul. But maybe it is. No, it's not. It's not the right day. I really... Okay. Oh, I guess I was supposed to go over here. My bad. Resolve your quarrels and leave this place. Oh, okay, so this is for the Sproutling. I'm supposed to, like, follow his trail in, I suppose. Yeah, we're looking for the Sproutling now. Like, that's the actual name of it. He's a Sproutling, that's what he is. What the fuck are these? Oh no, am I confused? No, okay, I'm not confused. Man, I can't wait till I get magic. So we are following the trail of the Sproutling. Is this your favorite? Really? Do you prefer the original or the orchestral version? I'm trying out the orchestral version. Just kind of the leaves end here. That's not very good. Oh, thank God they don't. I thought I saw something on the bottom corner, honestly. I like to pretend I'm a dragoon. I like to pretend I'm a dragoon. Yeah. I can switch to the other version in a bit, but they basically redid everything. So instead of it being not instruments, I suppose, like just emulated, it sounds much more instrumental now. But this is part of the whole rose-colored glasses thing going on, where it sounds really good, and then you get to hear it with an actual, yeah, arranged original. So we'll switch to the original real quick. No, I don't want default back. But yeah, like this. So I'm used to hearing this version, this kind of version as well, of all the tracks. Compressed midis. Is this the way? Huh. But yeah, your mind fills in the blanks for what it should sound like, right? A bit. Something that's what makes everything look so good in hindsight. But now it's kind of, maybe, it's been how many years? It's been how many years? We will share our elixir with anyone who has a barrel in their soul. What the frick? We make the blessed elixir here. A sacred potion is indispensable for the temple's rituals. Can I just... They're not gonna yell at me? They're not gonna yell at me! Yep. A barrel, though. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! I just want to steal shit. Blacken that. So, it wasn't here, so I guess it's the other way? Oh, except I have to go through these guys again. Ah! Sometimes it's so slow moving on the map. Okay. So I was a bit tricked there, because there's more leaves on the other side than there is here. Okay, we're just gonna do quick attacks. Just gonna do quick attacks. That was a lot of experience for such a easy creature. So the question is, all the way up here? I don't see any more of the leaves. So it's kind of a case of he's not this way. I think I have to go back. Yeah, I must go back. What the? Oh, Skelly. Skelly bro. Oh, you know what I could do? Haha. I forgot I've been saving this for a while. Let's see how this works. Oh. Not the worst. Too bad I don't get to do that very often. Animal bones for spoils. I should probably go I should go check up on my monster baby. There's no leaves over here too. Now I'm worried I went the wrong direction somehow. Is Is this a shambling mound? I feel like there definitely is a bestiary somewhere in here. Or maybe I did actually have a physical guide to the game. I just don't really remember everything about it. Earlier in the game, we did find bird meat in someone's house. Okay, in here? Did I... Kind of a... did I return back the wrong way? I may have returned back the wrong way, I feel like. Like, I turned myself around. I feel like that may have happened. The fact that they can just like duck like that is a little bit. Make you forget, sleep well. It's gonna be a question. It's gonna be questionable as to. I did turn around. I did turn around. Turn around. This is like a reverse Kodama, isn't it? It's a reverse Kodama. You have to be lined up. Oh, come on. You have to be lined up right for this. So I guess there's... We found the leaf. Which way did it go? It's good, but it's the kind of game that you can spend a lot of time in if you don't know where you're going. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but I did just get stuck in like for a half hour in a puzzle and said fucking and left. This is actually, I shouldn't say like a childhood favorite exactly, but it's something I did play when I was much younger and I enjoyed very much. Probably because I could spend a lot of time in it. I could spend a lot of time in the game. And it wasn't a detriment. It was not a detriment. Huh. When money is limited, but time is free. It's a bit of a different time than now. This is the only one I ever owned, the only one I had the option to play, so to speak. I don't even remember... Oh, you know what? I think I realize how I got into the game now. I had a friend who was much... who had a lot more games available to play. And because this game has a two-player system, I think I learned how to play from them because I was able to be their second player for a while. Oh, I don't think we've been here before. I don't think this is the right way necessarily. No one has come by. You should search elsewhere. Thanks, none. So there's only this one path. I'm pretty certain. There are a few other games that I remember seeing them play that I wanted to play, but I didn't get to play. Oh, you know what? I keep meaning to do the other Lancer attack. Thank you, little clips, for the raid. Give me a second. I'm gonna off the outfit. What were you doing? What were you up to? I'm gonna have to do... Let's see. Okay. So, does this work? No, it doesn't. I did the wrong thing. Yeah, every now and then it gets me too still. It still gets me. Okay, did I do it right there? Yeah, except I still don't have it properly worked out for the rest of it. Thank you! My parents worked very hard on it. Typo and Boolean. Typo just debuted, I think, last month, his latest, or rather, his latest. Maybe it's not his latest, actually. No, I guess he's worked on 2 or 3 since, but his own rig. His own rig. With the same artist, too. Deep Rock Galactic? All I know about that, that's the one where it's like Rock and Stone Brother, right? Oh, you debuted 2 weeks ago? Congrats. But yeah, I just got my model in hands in December. I think I've gotten much more used to it. Yeah, it's got a pretty good... Okay, ignoring the let me just take off the glasses really quick, actually. But it's got a pretty good range of face. For being live 2D, it's got a really good range. But, I almost want to say sometimes it almost feels detrimental because, then you can see how often I look back at chat, because chat is like me looking this way. Which doesn't happen when you don't have so much range of motion. And I also really like eyebrows. I'm kind of surprised about how much eyebrows contribute to things. Being able to go, hold on. It's a little hard for me to do this when I'm thinking about it. I can do it otherwise, but like making sad eyebrows. Like that. There's nothing, I don't have to press anything for that. That just happens when I make my eyebrows like that shape. Thank you for the follow, Dark Ruler Hades. Thank you for the water. Yeah, go take care of yourself. Go do what you have to do. Thank you for the raid again. I hope you have a good day, Daywalker. I feel like the rose-colored glasses come off. This is not... Okay, I came from there. So, and we already searched over here because this is a battle area, so this is a dead end. This is a dead end. We can't go in there. This is a dead end as well. So it's kind of a OE. Yeah, normally I don't stream anywhere near this time, but normally I stream at 9 p.m. Eastern because that's around when I should be awake by then. I should be, if it's an early night for me. I try and keep on that schedule, but I woke up at, I slept in. I somehow, I tweeted last minute. I think really, actually, it was probably really late. I don't know what time it was. I basically like sleep tweeted that it wasn't happening. I was sleeping in. I woke up at 2 a.m. I am a night blooming garden elf. I come out at night to play games, so I try to schedule it for 9 p.m. EST, but sometimes that doesn't happen. Sometimes it doesn't happen. Although I do have an earlier stream, sometimes I try and wake up like really early, 5 p.m. on Sundays so I can read. But, yeah. So this week actually I'm reading City of Saints in Heaven. I'm looking rather forward to that one. It's a surreal fantasy series. Okay. The question is this the way that we came from or not? Okay, so this, I'm sorry, we have to go through this again. We have to do this battle again. We have to do this dumb battle. So people sometimes do ask about, like, garden elf. What do you mean? And it's a case of... So there are wood elves, right? There are wood elves, so why can't there be garden elves? Not everyone's gonna be super... Not every elf is gonna be super woodsy. There's other types. Kind of, wait, did I literally just come from here? This is the right path-ish. And it was a case of go through here. These guys. So, after... You know what? Lancer, straight through. That only got one of them. Only got one of them. No. Okay, defense didn't work there. Defense did not work there. Okay, now that battle is done, I'm pretty certain we're meant to go this way because this is the trail leading space. And then there's just kind of a, there's a space here that we cannot go through, but there's more leaves over there. Hello, Kogasa. You're awake. I actually don't know what your schedule is, to be honest. I don't know what your schedule is. Good morning. Yeah, good morning. We have another way to go here. Right, the birds. But I already came this way and I couldn't find him. We couldn't find him this way. Unless I wasn't looking quite the right direction. I know I'm not normally streaming at this. I should probably be like, I had things I was planning on doing. Right, here it could not be. So I went the other direction. We have to kill the birds again. Pathfinder stuff. Yeah, I woke up at 2 a.m. So I'm staying up a little late for myself. It's tough being a night person. It's tough being a night person. Limited hours to do things if you don't live in an area where things are 24 hours. Most things close around midnight, so if I sleep in, I either have to like... 6 a.m. isn't so bad for shopping, honestly. Did I miss this path before? No. I did the waterfall, and they said, no, there's nothing you can do here. Like, they rebuffed me. Oh! So I guess I just didn't take quite the right path? I can relieve you of the pain you feel. Really? Yes. Ow! Ugh, more company. There's nowhere to run, Sandra. You're going to pay for what you've done. No one will ever catch me. Oh, look at the flowers in her hair. She's pretty. I like her. I like her. Ta-ta, everyone. Blast it, she used the what? I missed it. I missed it. She used the what? Oh no, it's like auto. I think I accidentally turned on auto? I don't know how I did that. Oh wow, my tummy doesn't hurt anymore. Yay, I'm okay now. I guess I hit a key combination by accident? Oh, shut up. I'm a little afraid to hit that key combination to try it again. Uh-oh. Another Jumi murdered. This is terrible. Well, I appreciate your help anyway. Please take this. You got the artifact touch of coral. Sandra. I will catch you, mark my words. The flame of hope. Yeah, look at him. They telegraph it. They telegraph it with the whole designs. So... Again, I know that there's a better system for. Oh, no, I didn't. Sorry, not knowing the water, just more like I didn't want to go into that place. I wanted to do something else. Yes, we're gonna exit world map. Thank you for the water. So you'll see that it has like an X, Y, help. Those buttons don't correspond to the buttons I have on my controller. I'm using a Switch controller, so I have to... I did it again. Okay. I need to mentally remap this or figure out a better way to get the controller's system to actually work for me. Okay. So... this can only be put on land despite being like a grotto. Actually, no, it's not a grotto. I don't actually know what that is because the grotto is right here at Gato Grottos. So, like, what is this? Oh, and we're actually kind of limited, too. Like, it can only be... I wonder what the point of it being limited is. Like, I can't place it here. I can place it here. Why is that? Unless it's a case of... No, I did want to grab that real quick. No, wait. Go back. Okay. Okay. It's more of a case of maybe it needs a certain amount. Yeah. Yeah, that's the question. I don't know what the reasoning is, but there doesn't seem to be anything in particular. I don't understand it. I'm not certain. There's a system for this. I did not look deeply into the system when I was doing this. I've just kind of been placing it random. I've been placing like a child. Baby's first playthrough, except it's actually like my second or third. It's just been a gap of like 20 years. It's just been a gap of like 20 years between them. Between the second and the third. I didn't... Shit, you're right! I do have the paper manual. Hold on. I do have the paper manual. Give me a second. I have the paper manual. It came with the PlayStation version of the game. Give me a second. Let me check. Let me check. Does it actually have the information on it? Okay, getting started, controls, party member characters. Yeah, okay. All the characters. Oh, that's right. This is how you know how a bunch of the characters look based on their, like not all the characters, but they have party member characters listed. And some other characters too, full art, but it's in black and white. Creating a new world. Map screens. Land creation system. Yeah. Relationships between artifacts and lands. Using the menu screen. Yeah, I should have read this before. I just decided. Oh wow, sorry. The staples in here are really rusty looking. Oh hey, there's even like a little postcard. There's a postcard in here that you're supposed to mail to Square Electronic Arts LLC in Minnesota for Squaresoft. With like, which Squaresoft games do you own? How many of these do you remember? Tobal number 1, Final Fantasy VII, Bushido Blade, Final Fantasy Tactics, Saga Frontier, Einhander, Parasite Eve, Xenogears, Bushido Blade 2. Thank you for the follow, little chunky panda. Brave Fencer Musashi. Ehrgeiz. Chocobo Racing, Final Fantasy VIII, Chocobo's Dungeon 2, Final Fantasy Anthology, Saga Frontier 2, Front Mission 3, Vagrant Story, Final Fantasy 7 PC version. I haven't actually played any of the Xenogears. That was one of the ones that I never... I guess I didn't have exposure to it at the time. All I really know about it is a little bit through dolls. I know a little bit through dolls. There's a popular doll in a certain community because her nose is amazing, because they went with a more, I guess, like JRPG-ish style for it versus anime style. Re-releases? I only owned, I think, Final Fantasy 7 and Final Fantasy 8 out of these. I had a friend who had Parasite Eve, but I thought it was a bit too scary for me, so I never picked it up. I have Vagrant Story. I have a copy of it. I was actually talking about it earlier, trying to find the name out. But I haven't played it. I would like to play it one day. Maybe on stream. And I played... Okay, I have Final Fantasy Anthology, but I also have Final Fantasy, I think it's Chronicle? Or Chronicles? I know one of those is a collection of, I think, what is it? 5 and 6, and the other one is 2 and 3. Or maybe it's 1 and 2. Something like that. I have the PS1 game, those games. Collections. And I played Ehrgeiz. I played Ehrgeiz because I really wanted to play as the characters again from 7. Ehrgeiz was the way, even though it wasn't great. Ehrgeiz was a fighting game that they made, and it had Cloud and Tifa and Sephiroth in it, and I think it had Zack too. It definitely had Cloud. It definitely had Cloud in it. I feel like it's been completely forgotten. That's probably for the best. It's probably for the best. Madora Beach. We're going to head really quickly back here. What day of the week is it? It's Jen. I feel like I definitely fucked up. I'm never going to see El Azul again. I 100% fucked up. Yeah, he's not here. He's not here. He's not here. I scared away a boy. I scared away a boy. Vagrant Story was actually quite hard to find a legit copy of at the time. Sproutling? People with pure hearts can go to a whole new world. That's a little worrisome, honestly. Oh, I want to go to my monster barn. I did pick up a monster. The workshop? I don't have anything to do with the workshop. Monster corral. What kind of monster did I pick up? I think it's probably a bunny. Look, it is a bunny! The beast egg hatched. Give this monster a name. What do we name it? Chat. Otto. So we can name it Rabbi. But we want to give it a more personal name, don't we? What kind of name do we give it? Give me a second, actually. There's someone crying at my door. I have cats, and they eat. And now one of them is just... It wants attention. He wants attention. Give me a second. I need to make some space for him. I think he wants to cuddle. Give me a second. You might be able to hear him. Meow? No? Yeah, he's doing the round. He's doing the round. There's like a certain kind of pathway that he takes when he wants to do something. And by something I mean when he wants to come up. Yep. There we go. The old song and dance. What? Did I just like zoom in? Come on, be good. Be good. I'm actually really glad that I'm playing this on a controller simply because it makes it easier to deal with him. Makes it easier to deal with him. Hopefully he doesn't cry directly into here. Okay, so. Oh, actually, I realized I could just type this in with an actual keyboard. Like, this is a computer game. I can just use the backspace. No. Do not. Do not. Do not, cat. Do not. He was trying to roll over and he likes to be the big spoon to my keyboard. He likes to be the big spoon to my keyboard. It's sort of like a 3-spoon situation here. I'm the biggest spoon, he is middle spoon, and then keyboard is little spoon. It's really, really cute, but really annoying at times. Come on. Sometimes I can trap him. Not in a circle, as is tradition, but in a blanket. I found a blanket he really likes. Oh, actually, hold on. I realized, give me a second, I should do this. This kind of... no, cat, please. There we go. I did that, so I could let people know as they come in, like, if there's weirdness, that it's cat. It is cat. Yeah, cat got in the way of the cat commands. Cat got in the way of the cat commands. Oh, it's like, what the frick? It's petting behind him. That's weird. That shouldn't be happening. It should be in front. He looks a bit chubby. He is kind of chubby, actually. Or rather, he's like a little bit overweight, but he's not horrifically overweight, if that makes sense. He's... like, he could afford to lose like a pound, but I think the vet said 2 is too much, I think. Or like... maybe not 2 is too much, but... he doesn't need to lose like 3 pounds, essentially. That's too far. No, cat. No. Oh, it's okay. Early morning. I'm not used to seeing, like, everything is different when it's daylight out, honestly. Like, literally everything is different when it's daylight. Is that Honey Goblin? Hold on. No, it's not. Is it? No, it's Stephen King. Okay. Sorry. I thought with the brownish hair and the green skin and the yellow Solera, it made me think of Honey Goblin first. Yeah. He's not like the... he's spamming my chat. Give me a second. I have to actually, like... No. I have to trap. I have to swaddle him. Let's see if he'll take it. Let's see if he will take it. No, cat. No, come on. Yeah, do that instead. Do this instead. Come on. Okay. This looks really dumb, but it's okay, 'cause no one else is here to see this. No one else is here to see this. No! Okay, Teach your cats better than I have done mine. Please. I have a rather large mouse pad too, and he just decides like, oh, I'm going to take over. He's stretching like the entire length of this. I'm really glad I have like a 6-foot table here in the garden, because otherwise this would be hell. Okay. I feel like if I'm going to name it what I think I named my first one in this game. And, oh, I typed it in the wrong space. Hold on. Because the cat brought it over to chat and not in game. Unless I have to, like, actually do it. No. Oh god, this is awful. I can't actually, like, type as a keyboard. I still have to use this stupid system. I don't remember if the proper spelling is this, or if it has a space in it, or a dash. We're done. He's Bun Bun. Bun Bun is named after an old webcomic I used to read. That was actually kind of killed by Bun Bun, honestly. Bun Bun murdered it. Thank you for the head pat. Okay, cat. Ugh. Take a pet. Cancel, feed, graze, sell. Ring Ring Lands. What the fuck is Ring Ring Lands? Encyclopedias? Oh! Oh! So this is how we get through it. So yeah, this is how you, even in the original game, this must have been how you learned about each character and got the full character art. So you can see they're really cool. Look at her. Look at how cool she is. Oh, okay, so she's a part of that. Okay, she's a part of a different storyline. Lazul. You can see the gem in his chest there. Spoiler, sorry. He's one of the youngest Jumi. We haven't met Pearl yet. Okay, so Lazul. Inspector Boyd. Okay, so I should need to do a bit more booming, I suppose, but I also need to make it, like, small to not shout. Straight-laced comp. Look at Sandra. Look at Sandra. Notorious jewel thief. He belongs in Ghibli movie. He's Zenigata. He's Zenigata. But yeah, they do have a particular style for this. Little cactus. There is actually there is an anime for this. It's very much aimed at kids. The animation isn't like super great. It's not, but it's fun, and I think it feels a bit true to the game, as far as I've seen. I've only seen the first like maybe 4 or 5 episodes. One of the 7 wisdoms, who was once a great hero. Duel. Masuka. So she might be a chocobo. Mark? Like, look at all these designs and how they're human in some cases-ish, but also not human. Like, look at this, Beetle Man. And the same with her. Like, she's human, but she has some very obviously inhuman features. Same here. And then you have no. I'm fighting with someone who wants to eat my keyboard cord. He wants to eat my keyboard cord. And this guy, we were debating like, is his mouth stitched closed? But I don't know. It can't be, right? It can't be. He does talk to us, so it can't be. Human Fae. Elf Fae. Maybe. Look at them. They're so out there. They're so cool. These designs. And then you have our character who looks the most human. And then the Jumi who stand out because they also look relatively human except for the jewel thing going on. Cats love chewing on plants. Yeah, he does. He does. He actually really does, like, he's been grooming me recently a lot. It's cute, but at the same time very rough. I'm glad I'm not allergic. Like, how do these things even exist in this world? So we have Diddle, right. Rubens. Like, look! He's just a bro. He was just a bro. Rip Rubens. Rip Rubens. Tipo. This is a real fantasy world. It's real cute. Skippy. Look at this! He's all legs and arm and ear. Yeah, I really like this design. Okay, I guess he also counts as human too, like as one of the most human characters, but at the same time, like, whoa, proportions are really caveman. Mr. Moti. I have to wonder if he's also somehow a Jumi, just because he looks so human. I don't remember. Sotheby. Mr. Fuddy Duddy. Yep. Inside, he is still a little child. Students? Those! I guess it's also a case of... No, cat. No. He is kind of like C-shaped now. No, he's like shaped like a parentheses around everything here. Give me a second. What did he do? Did he accidentally DM someone on a different screen? No, he didn't. Excellent. Great. Ah! I wanted to continue the characters. No. Okay, so... Boink. What the f... Oh, so when we see that strange plant that we can't do anything with, it's Boink. Ah, I get it. I think at the beginning of the stream I pointed out, like, what is this thing? Am I supposed to attack it before we start a battle? And that was Boink's tail. Oops. I feel bad. So these are the nuns. They also look very human. Millipedes. Ah. Is there anything else in here? Okay, no, we are actually very close to the end. Cat. I'm actually just having to move the mouse completely off because he is rolling around. He owns the desk. He owns the table. Fairies. Fairies, flowerlings. Wait, a sproutling becomes a flowerling? I don't remember that. When a flower blooms on a sproutling's head, it becomes a flowerling. There are males and females, but the only difference between the two seems to be their appearance. Huh. Oh no, I didn't want to do characters again. I wanted to check something else. So there's the lands. Real quick. Again, the art in here was just very... Okay, maybe not the art here. Maybe not so much the art here. But, like, the art here was nice. I have a feeling this is also updated art because it very much looks like they took 3D models, essentially, here. Monsters, real quick. So we have... Pretty simple sprite sheets, I suppose, for the critters, then. Although... The fact that it tells you the strength and weaknesses is pretty neat. A rattler boa? Yeah. But I suppose... Oh yeah, this is PC version. This is the Steam HD version. I shelled out. The other option, well, I mean, like... Okay, so you probably wouldn't have realized necessarily because I'm playing the original music earlier. I was playing the arranged music. Choose a pet, yep. What are we gonna feed them? We only have meat, honestly, and like, I guess... I feel like maybe I'm not going to feed them, actually, because I want to look up a little bit more about what it does. We're gonna take the rabbite out. We're gonna take Bun Bun out. Yeah, no, this is the... I do have the PlayStation 1 version. It's on my desk now, so I wanted to read the book real quick. but it has a lot of options available, so instead we can do the arranged music. Now I have a pet out with me, so things should be a little easier, but I think I'm actually going to end right around now because I do have some things I need to do before I go to bed. And I'm going to try and stream again tonight. I'm going to stream Scythe at 9 p.m. hopefully. I do want to play Scythe again. I just have to not be, like, hitting my alarm so much. I just have to not slam my alarm like it's a like, subscribe, follow button. Okay. Yeah, double stream. We'll see. Yeah, normally I stream at 9 p.m. Eastern. This is a bit of an anomaly, honestly. Let me check out. This is, again, very much outside my normal time, so I have no idea who's on awake at this hour. This is like Euro Central, isn't it? Give me a second. What? No, cat. No. Be a good boy. What? Who is awake and up at this hour? And who is also... Because some of them is kind of they've been awake for a very long time. Ooh. Let's see. This cat, I'm so sorry. He's making things impossible. Wow, there's a lot more people who are like marathoning today than I thought. A lot more people. Actually, is there anyone actually playing Legend of Mana? I highly doubt it. Wait, there is. There is actually someone else playing Legend of Mana right now. Let's see. What is Corey playing? Okay. I think we're going to... Corey just started playing. Corey is currently playing... Metro? Last Light Redux? I'm not certain what that is. We'll find out. So hopefully this works. Nope. That was the wrong commands. I have to get used to that. Thank you again very much for coming today. For Gorilla Legend of Mana. I don't know what I'm going to be playing this next, but we will see. But tonight, hopefully at 9 p.m, I will be playing Scythe. And tomorrow, on Sunday, I will be reading City of Saints and Madmen. And the next week's schedule, we'll just have to see. Normally I do things on Wednesday. I mean, trying to do things on Wednesday and Sunday and Friday. That should be the schedule I'm sticking to. That should be the schedule I'll be sticking to. And let's go see what Corey is up to. Have a good morning. Have a good day.